Hello everyone, welcome. I didn't have my camera open. Like, why is it all black? Hello everyone, welcome. I love that. That's actually a really good spot. I was like, is there like a new vendor or something? But no, there's just someone sitting there. That's actually a really good spot to have that. Like right on here too. Anyways, hello everyone, welcome. Today we're gonna be looking at the balance patch. So there's some interesting changes. One that I just in particular that I was looking at that I think might be, I don't know, might be like the most interesting one to me. I don't even have like this character is just a random character. Hey Jacob, how are you? This character is just a random character that I've been playing with for a long time, or not a long time, but that I've kind of just recently made. But I was just looking at the new Inferno Grandmaster, and it seems really strong. Yeah, you know how ArenaNet is. They need to make money. I was just making the joke on my Discord server, because, you know, I don't like, not to be too much of a doomer, but I don't think the next expansion is gonna sell as well as Janthia Wilds did. So, I think they need to make some money, if they want to continue working on this mystery expansion or this mystery game that they've been working on for God knows how many years. But yeah, we got a bunch of bikinis. I already looked at them. Whatever. Yeah, but I was looking at this. So I was looking. I'll probably pull these up on here as well because I really only looked at that one. But there's so many changes. Just so many. Kind of crazy how many there are. I'm gonna pull it up for you guys here. All right. So on the wiki, just so you guys know, on the wiki, they do a much better job because you actually get icons. You actually get like, I kind of want to like make it smaller so that I can just, so you guys don't have to. This will be fine. And I can move around my screen, which is nice. So, but yeah, I mean, it's crazy. So if you guys ever are, I know there's people, and I did see the post as well on Reddit, like where people are like, okay, we have to pull up 2 separate patch notes, right? But if you go on the wiki, not only do they have icons, but they have both of the patches together. They have the actual patch that just, you know, that the new things they added to the patch today with the release, and they also have the preview one that's on there. This is all on one page. You don't have to look, and it's funny because even the ones that have different changes, they cross these out and then they say that there is a different version. So the wiki is really the place to go for any of this stuff. It's way more like, it's way easier. Like I could tell this is Guardian, I could tell this is Mesmer, I could tell this is Necro without even looking at it because I just can see the colors and I'm like, okay, cool, you know. And I know what's going on. So hi, Mish King. So, but yeah, there's so many and so many random changes too. So like I was looking at some of the stuff, adjusted location to prevent issues with the environment. Okay, great. Interacting with a crumbling wall. I don't even know what that is. Does anyone know what this is? Like, why is this cannot be interacted with? It can now. Like, there's so many random changes that they did. But specifically, and this is something like, and I'm gonna keep reading through here. It looks like there's a lot of Ascalon changes, right? This is Ascalon, this is Ascalon. This is Omnitas, this is Ascalon, what is this? This is also an Ascalon. So there's a lot of changes in Ascalon. And then some random, this is like in Bavanisos. Bavanisos. Janthia Wilds, like Stallion. Southlung. I mean, this is all Bavanisos, Whispering Barons, Bavanisos, Whispering Barons. Livia. I mean, this is all like Bavanisos. But then again, we have Diesa Plateau, Iron Marches. Then we have Lextalion again and Bavanisos. Players should now be able to reach the major code and cache located in the old hunt. Okay. Hutman side? Okay, I don't know what that means. It's like I feel like I was always able to get any major caches that were around there. But yeah, so it's weird, right? Like all of these. So all of these changes, yeah. So the changes are looking. I just looked at the Inferno. I'm gonna be looking at that in a second. But it's so weird. So all of these changes. It's weird how it's like there's no rhyme or reason for the list of these, right? First of all, they have all of the like, you know, they have some Secrets of the Obscure changes, like map changes or whatever, and then they have some Ascalonian, but then they go with between Gianthia Wilds and Ascalon, right? Like all of these that are not from the last two expansions, if you take all of them out that are from the last two expansions, they're from Gianthia Wilds and Secrets of the Obscure. They're only in the region of Ascalon, these changes. I don't know why specifically. Like, did they have like a developer 1 week that maybe got his work done early and they were like, okay, pick a region in the world and fix whatever random stuff is going on there? Like, that's what it feels like. Do you guys think there's some kind of reason for that? Do you guys think there's like, are we going to Ascalon for the next expansion in some way? Is that why they're trying to like prepare for the next expansion? They're like, oh, we got to fix all of these things. But that's the thing though, we don't ever touch the older maps though, right? And these are some of the low level maps that we're talking about. I mean, we're talking about like level 20 maps and stuff. So it's really strange to me. So that's really weird. I will say that's really, really strange to me that they're focused on like these Ascalon changes. It's really strange. I was reading through that. Just some random stuff, fix some stuff here. Some decoration stuff, some legendary stuff. I mean, I think this is just like post expansion, you know, final release, kind of looking at all of the different things. I don't even know what this one is. Oh, that's the staff. Okay, weird. Yeah, some convergences, some fractal stuff. Yeah, I have a section where I talk about the fractal in my review as well. Yeah, so they lowered the Relic of Blightbringer, which is interesting, right? Then they did the Flame Expulsion one. So it's actually like it's kind of nice to have distinct Grandmaster traits, right? So like if we go in game and we look at these now, right? This is really good. So you don't lose your might anymore on here. If you're trying to build might, if you're just going with like power damage and you're not looking for anything that has so this would be good to use on something like a spear or something that doesn't have any burn, right? Like if you don't have any burn, you won't need these. Well, this one could still kind of work, but I think this is like really powerful now. Like I think this is really, really powerful now. So which you don't lose the might anymore. But yeah, the Inferno trait is really kind of crazy when you look at some of these. So right here, for example, like without, like if I turn this off, right? So if you look at the burning, and again, this is not a character. This character is built for burning, but it's a power damage build. So I've already kind of predicted this somehow. I don't know how I predicted this, but I have a character that's built with Berserker stats, but I have burn duration and power on my runes. Do you guys think that rune set is going to go up in price now? Like, do you think that a lot of people are going to want to buy this now? What is it? Rune of the what? Rune of the Flame Legion. Oops. That's fine. It's right here. I don't know. Did this go up in price? Does anyone know? I feel like this would become popular now because this would kind of work. I mean, I don't know. But, you know, have increased duration or whatever. I don't even have a relic on this character yet, so... There's no good fire damage anyways, so it's okay. But yeah, I mean, this character is like perfectly built for it. So anyways, so when you look at this, right? So you get pulse burning is 746 damage, okay? So I'm guessing that's like every pulse you put one stack of 746 damage. Like not that it, you know, that's divided over 5 3/4 of a second, right? But watch this, you guys. Watch like how crazy the change is. Okay, so I put on Inferno. Now look at this. It now says 2,228. That's insane. That's a lot. That's a lot of damage. Like this is gonna be the new go-to. Like this is insane. There's another really good one. So right here, look at this. Feel the burn, right? You put out 2 stacks. Of 7.5 seconds of burning, which altogether, like remember the damage at the end, I think is supposed to be like the damage it does overall, right? It doesn't do it per second or whatever. I think overall it does 1,991 damage, right? Now watch me put this on. It goes up to almost 6,000 damage that I do, and remember I can hit 5 people with that. I can set 5 people on fire with this. Okay? So even without a relic on, I feel like I'd be doing crazy amounts of okay, why can't I go? I can't go anywhere. It won't let me go anywhere. Oh my god, look at all of this. What a disaster. I never looked at that character after. I'm gonna have to do some inventory stuff. This was the push beta character that I used. Let me go. What's the button? I need to go into my homestead, my empty ass homestead. So it's looking kind of like that is the most significant change and super like most interesting change in my opinion. Because this could kind of make staff work. Like, you know, obviously I don't know. I'm not the type of person. I don't know build crafting and the intricacies of all the numbers and stuff like that, but it looks like it's really crazy change to me. I know you really want power bleed ranger. You really want bleed on ranger. You've been non-stop talking about bleed on ranger. I wonder, I mean, it's gonna be interesting. We have the announcement next month. We're gonna have to see what the weapons are that we're gonna get. If we're gonna get weapons. An Echo doubling up on Flame Blast. Arcane Echo? The next weapons could use a significant reduced recharge. Flame Burst. This is the one right here. I mean, look at this. It's 13,000 damage, right? Like 13,000 damage. Without it, this is 4,000 damage. Like, this is crazy, you guys. I don't know how well I'm gonna perform on this, but I do want to kind of try this out. Some conditions doesn't make sense to have power conversion thingy like poison. I mean, I love this stuff though. Like, this is exactly kind of stuff we were talking about, and I you know, and we were talking about like having different traits interact with different conditions and change how they work and stuff like that. And I think this is like exactly what, like, I feel like we've been talking about, right? Like, this does crazy damage. This is gonna do like crazy damage. I mean, I'm just gonna do like, look at this. Look at me stacking the burning on this, like, and just burning them alive. Obviously, you're still squishy as hell as an elementalist. So the reason I went in here is because I kind of wanted to... Oh my god, I didn't unlock a waypoint in Lion's Arch. You don't automatically unlock a waypoint in Lion's Arch. Just so you guys know that. You do not automatically unlock a waypoint in Lion's Arch when you go there. Really? Stupid as hell. Definitely gonna be nerfed. I have a feeling it might get nerfed. I definitely have a feeling that's gonna get nerfed, because there's no way that they're gonna be okay with that. Like that on like raid characters, people that know their rotations. Look at how empty this is, by the way. This is my homestead. Welcome, everyone. I have not done a single thing in this fucking homestead. When I say I'm not a fan of homesteads, I'm not a fan of homesteads. As well, you can use one skill on skill 5 and kill an O card. Okay, give me the freaking waypoint, please. God. All right. So I wanna go on the golem, and with my untrained ass, I'm gonna go in there. With my no relic having ass. Wait, I could change possibly having a relic. Why don't I have a relic on this character? That's actually a good question. Like, let's go down to the deepest, sturdiest secrets here and find out why I don't have a relic. There's not even one in my inventory. That's great. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I just kind of want to see what I can get for numbers on a half-ass character. I want to see just the numbers on a half-ass character. Just, you know, because you got to imagine any average player in Guild Wars 2 is going to have half-assed equipment. Like, you know, the veteran players, obviously, they have full-on ascended gear and blah, blah, blah. But I feel like, you know, we want to go with someone that's, like, average, right? And I feel like this is, like, an average build from an average person that doesn't read the internet and doesn't know really what he's talking about. Like me. It fits perfect, because it's me.
If you have any questions, I'm all ears.
No. God, I hate these. Okay. I'm just gonna try it out. I'm just gonna, like, drop random things and see how well we perform here. Right, like... Just sticking with this. This doesn't burn, right? There's no burn on this? No. Okay, so there's really no sense in using that. One thing that people always forget as well, so, like, if we're talking about PvE, right, like, I get this for, like, bosses and stuff, but you also gotta remember, like, we're talking about a character that does, like, this is full-on AoEs, right? All of this is AoEs. Every single one of these attack hits more than one person, so I'm doing this damage against one person, but I technically do this at, like, look at this. This character is, like, not even equipped fully. I'm not even doing a proper rotation right now, and you guys can't read it. I just realized you guys can't see what it says. I'll show you guys in a second. Okay, so I got about 15,000, right? 15k. I got about 15k on a character that is totally random, that I kind of threw together. That doesn't have, like, it has exotic equipment. I don't have a relic equipped. I don't have any food, right? There's no food. There's no nothing. Yeah, half-ass character, I can get 15,000. Like, and that's just on a single target, right? So you got to think, all of those are AoEs. So I can at least hit 3 targets with everything. $80k DPS with a full setup. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, that's definitely gonna get nerfed. I don't know how they're gonna nerf it, but here's my thing, right? Like, they release these things. This was obviously untested. No one tested this. There's no way that this went live without any testing. Because even to me, someone that has no idea about numbers and build crafting and any of that, even I know that whatever's going on there is kind of crazy. Okay, like this is kind of crazy. And I don't even have like, I feel like there's probably better burning weapons anyways. Like I could probably get more out of like using something like this, um you know, like flame strike and stuff like that. I mean, it's a little on the crazy side. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of it's interesting to like, I don't know who approved that. This is kind of wild. um yeah, I don't know. People are gonna be running crazy on some of the stuff. I mean, I just kind of want to see how well I perform. Obviously, you're still really squishy, so in group content this is gonna be really good. In solo content, you still have to be like very mobile and run around and do things and, you know, not get hit and yada 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 yada, you know. I really want to try to get a controller working, by the way, for Guild Wars 2. I'm gonna like, here, let's try this. Yeah, you're still really squishy. And I'm not a good enough player to um deal with that. So that is, I like the change though. I will say I like the change. If they like, I feel like it's gonna get nerfed. Once it gets nerfed, it's, I don't know. Once it gets nerfed, I feel like it's gonna be um like that's what I was trying to say earlier. Like ArenaNet always does this, where they like make a change. It's like a significant change. They change it in like a major way or whatever, right? And then ArenaNet goes back and they realize that whatever they added is like crazy powerful, and then they nerf it to the point where it doesn't even, it's not good anymore. And then they leave it like that for years, right? And that's the thing. ArenaNet needs to be very careful with how they do the balancing, because adding something like this that wasn't tested, obviously tested and stuff, and then just kind of like being like, yeah, this is in the game now, this is how this is, um, and then realizing, oh god, this is crazy, we need to like nerf it, and then they nerf it to hell, right? They don't, like, that's one thing that I'm fearful of, that this is gonna go away faster than we can enjoy it. So um but yeah, so I don't know. I think it's a great change so far. I like it. You guys can't really read it. Let me move this over. All right, let's look at some of the other stuff here. Nothing significant there. I don't play engineers, so don't expect me to play it because I have no idea. Increase the confusion stacks from 3 to 5. That's a lot. Jesus. Increase the player torment duration. Increase the player torment duration. Oh, got it. Okay. So not okay. I was like player torment duration. What do they mean by that? Chaos Vortex increase the boon radius from 360 to 480. Increase the player condition duration to 10 seconds. So that's actually really good. So Chaos Vortex is getting a little buff, you guys, which is always nice because I love using Mirage, and Chaos Vortex is like so good. Necromancer. So to reduce the life stealing in PvE and PvE. I don't play PvE, so that doesn't really matter to me. Reduce the healing in PvE. Griffin stands. Evasion bonuses now have an internal cooldown of 1 second. Reduce the knockdown duration. PvP, PvP, PvP. Yeah, I saw that there was a bunch of changes to Soul Beast and like specifically the Jane Theory B one. So it looks like that was kind of overtuned. Projectile swim is now only hit the original target in all game modes. Wait, what? Hit their original target, increase the bleeding stacks from 1 to 2, and reduce the bleeding duration. Okay. Increase the effect duration. Condition damage, so they increase it to 6 seconds. Increase the effect duration, which is damage, right? Yeah, it's 6 seconds. This trait no longer inflicts exhaustion when removing cripple. Reduce the exhaustion duration when removing chill from 3 to 2 seconds. Increase the effect duration from 4 to 6 seconds. Which is the reduced incoming damage and condition. Well, I mean, I don't know how they're gonna nerf it, right? That's always the thing with ArenaNet. Like, they're so unhinged sometimes with their changes, where they like randomly will chop a trait completely in half, and it's like, okay, weird, right? Like, and it's like no rhyme or reason to it, right? And they'll be like, well, it was overtuned. Okay, well, now it's unusable, so you didn't balance it, you just kind of removed it from the game, right? Like, that's the thing that ArenaNet does a lot, so they have to be very careful with that. Stability increase. Warrior trait no longer has an internal, what is this? Movement skills. Movement skills grant stability when used. Okay, so this trait has no longer an internal cooldown and grants adrenaline in addition. This trait now grants fury instead of stability. Okay. Might makes right. Increase the healing. Okay. In World vs. World and PvP, that's kind of nice. Increase the damage increase. Increase the damage increase. Gain stability when you disable increase strike damage when you have stability. Okay, interesting. So there's a stability gameplay there. I mean, they increased the damage to 12. Originally it was 15%, and they changed that. So, Berserker has some changes there, nothing crazy. So yeah, so we kind of look at this, some of the stuff. So these are all the hammer. These are all the hammer skills, right? Like, these are all the hammer skills. And they saw an increase across the board. Like, power coefficient increase across the board, which is kind of crazy. That, I mean, here is reduced, right? We see a reduction there. Reduce the damage increase to 5%, but then they increased all of the stuff. But only like by like a tiny amount. I mean, when you look at this, right, the power coefficient here on Water Rush and Steam Strike, for example, you look at those, and that's a 0.075. Like, does that make a huge difference? Is that big enough of a number to really make a difference? I mean, maybe if it's across the board, right? Not rushing you. You are rushing me. Stop it. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'll look at the Guardian. I'll look at all of it. I have a Guardian. I'll put it on. This gonna removes 3 conditions from affected allies in addition to its existing effects. Which, didn't they change this to reduce incoming? Yeah, it used to only chill foes, but now it like heals and revives allies in an area, and it now it gives you. So it damages, it heals, it revives, it chills, it removes conditions, it has a passive effect. Like, this skill, they're really like, this is what I'm saying when I talk about some of these things that I'm talking about, right? Like, you look at something like this, and you look at all of the changes that have happened, right, over the years, like, you know, they've been changes that came, right? There's like the biggest changes are right here in 2018, but then they like, Like they just like buffed it so much over the years, right? So this skill from like kind of being crap is actually pretty decent skill now on healers, and even like, I don't know, as a utility, right? It like still has like a good utility overall, you know? I mean, I still look at like, hold on, let me see. Like, just to compare here, this is what I'm always talking about, right? Freezing Gust, right? Like, this is Freezing Gust. This is the changes to Freezing Gust. They've done one change 12 years ago, almost to the day. Tomorrow is going to be exactly 12 years ago. You know what I mean? And there even is a bug where it shows 5.56% higher damage than the actual amount dealt, right? Like, and nothing has changed on this. And I feel like that's the truth for a lot of these elementalists. You know, and we just had a discussion about this, but now that I have the page up, I can actually show it. Like, Comet is okay, right? Because they've made some updates to it. I mean, not a lot. Like, this is just general. This is not specific to this. In 2015, Comet saw its last change. 2015, so 10 years ago, this skill saw its last. And again, there's still 5.56% higher damage than dealt, which was never fixed. But it was made into a combat, into a where's that change? Does that show update the description to better explains functionality? Blast finisher. So in 2013 they made it a blast finisher, right? So this has some kind of use because there's days on it. It's a blast finisher. It hits 5 targets, you know, defiance bar and stuff like that. There is a usage for it, right? But like, I don't know. You look at like look at this. What the fuck is this supposed to do? On a 30-second cooldown. And we're not updating this. They reduced it, they nerfed it. They nerfed it in PvP. That's all they did with this skill. This skill that is virtually completely useless, they nerfed in PvP 2 years ago. Right? Like, these changes aren't significant enough. I mean, it made it a little bit bigger. Cool, whatever, by a tiny amount. No longer destroys unblockable missiles. There was a bug even there. No, I had Freezing Gust pulled up on my other, like, I have another screen set up where I have all of this, where I have the stream going, and I pulled it up earlier, so that I was just pulling it over from there. Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, this doesn't do anything but blocks missiles, which is a very, very specific, it's a very specific thing, right? This is a very specific, like, a niche use for it. Like, how many times do you go, oh my god, in this very moment, I need to block here? There's a lot of things. First of all, it has 2 charges. It's 5 enemies. It causes burning. It has might. It removes 5 conditions. Like, this is useful stuff. You know, but you look at something like this is not useful. Gale does 4 seconds of knockdown. That's it. That's all it does. It does a knockdown. Has a 40-second recharge. By the way, 40-second recharge on a 4-second knockdown. Doing this, but perhaps give you a boon and maybe pull enemies into it or knockback. Something. I mean, something. Do some kind of damage or, you know, I don't know, something. Obsidian Flesh. Look at this. It gives you invulnerable for 3 seconds on a 50-second cooldown with a and it's mind you, it's a channel. It's not a cast, it's a channel. Right? They've updated it. But like, this is shit. This is not good. Like, you know, when I look at stuff where I see all these game updates and I see these good changes to weapons, like, Remember, hammer is one of the more recent weapons added to Elementalist, right? What about the weapons that haven't been touched, right? Like, look at some of those. It drives me crazy when I see all of this, where I'm like, hammer performs 100% better than focus ever could, right? Like, I don't even want to look at some of these. I mean, okay, that's just the damage dealing one. Let's see something like, okay, damage and there's vulnerability. Does a ton of damage and it hits 3 targets. Okay, cool. You know, bleeding, tons of hits, bleeding, 5, blocks missiles, right? So this has an 8-second cooldown, okay? And it blocks missiles just like the whirling wind does, or whatever. The whirling, what is it called? What was it called? Swirling winds, right? So you look at swirling winds and you're like, okay, blocks missiles on a 30-second recharge as a half a second cast down. And then you look at whirling stones as a 2-second cast time with an 8-second recharge, but it does damage, it does bleeding, it hits 5, and it blocks projectiles. Like, this is the kind of stuff that I talk about. Like, the functionality is like, every skill in the game now has multiple functionalities, whether it's damage and a condition, or damage and healing, or healing and condition cleanse, or providing a boon plus breaking stun. Whatever it is, right? Like, most of them have a multi-functionality, but these don't. Like, focus on Elementalist is the worst weapon I've ever seen in my life. Flame Wall is probably the most useful out of all of those. Just because you can hit 5 targets with it. It has 8 seconds. It's a fire field, so you can combo off of it. It has a lot of interaction with trades and stuff like that, right? Like, and then they even had, like, they increased the damage to it and took that back. That never even happened, right? The damage is terrible. Why does it matter? Increase it to 66. It doesn't do that much damage anyways. Like, you know, it wouldn't have made a difference. Why did they take it back? Magnetic wave. Like, it does a minimal amount of damage. It reflects for 3 seconds. Has a 25-second. So you have the skill, and then you have it sitting there for 22 seconds doing nothing. Doing nothing. You have this skill on that does for 47 seconds nothing. Oh, it doesn't even start because it's a channel. So for 50 seconds, you use it for 3 seconds because you channel it. But then for 50 seconds, you can't do anything with it, right? You have Gale, which for 40 seconds, you can't do... You knock someone down for 4 seconds. For 40 seconds, nothing going on with it, right? Like, these recharges are insane. So for 24 seconds, nothing happens. For almost half a minute, you can't do anything with this. This one is okay because there's days for 5 targets. It's a blast finisher. You know, it does a lot. Again, it does a lot of different things. So 25 seconds is okay of a recharge, right? But like this, 25 seconds for 83 damage, which again is about 5% higher, 5.5% higher than it should be. 3 seconds of chill. That's the 2 things that this skill does, and it's on a 25-second cooldown. You know, and I look at this, and I'm like, these don't need to be updated. These can stay where they are. After many times, I can't interact with Obsidian Platinum. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Like, they... And still fight. Yeah, I don't... It's crazy to me when I look at some of these changes, you know? So it's like... I like that we're updating and that we're doing this, or we're making sure that the weapons are up to par, but like really look at Focus ArenaNet. Focus for Elementalist is in a garbage place. You cannot tell me, like, looking at these numbers and looking at what they do, that you think that that's a good idea. That this is good. That this is balanced and good. It's not. It's really, really not. I mean, you look at something like this. Life Siphon, vulnerability, right? You get life force out of it. You get a maximum count of 3 times. Like, that's the thing. If they were to even say, like, oh, we're going to increase, like, freezing gust to have, like, ammo, be an ammo skill and be able to be 3 times. You can use it 3 times. I'd be like, okay, you know, that's a decent change, right? That doesn't actually change the skill itself, but at least I can use it more frequently, so it kind of makes a little bit more sense because I can stack chilling on an enemy, for example, right? Like, there is some usability, right? But, like, look at Spinal Shivers, for example, right? Like, it does chill, for longer. It causes way more damage. With no boons is almost 10 times as much as what Freezing Gust does. Okay, it's on a lower cooldown by a lot, by 9 seconds, and it has potential to go way stronger, way higher, and has longer range, by the way, too. And it's also on a focus. Okay, like this is the kind of stuff that I look at, right? I compare it with other skills, and it's insane. I mean, 5 stacks of vulnerability, like that's a lot here. You know, there's a lot of stuff you can do here, right? Like you can have 3 Soulgrass having 3 ammo. That's insane, and it siphons health, so it heals you and does damage and provides vulnerability. Like that's crazy to me. You know, so I don't know. I look at stuff like that specifically for like elementalists, and I'm like, man, you guys really have to look at it. I'm gonna skip all of this because I know nothing about engineer. I'm gonna tell you guys, I know nothing about engineer. I couldn't tell you if any of this is even good. No idea. Okay, I just see a lot of fire. Right? There's like flame blast, napalm. I see that. Okay, I will say I see that. I want to try Hollowsmith. How does Hollowsmith... Like, I want to kind of get into engineer at some point in time and try out the Hollowsmith, because I think the Hollowsmith is going to be super fun. Make Comet do chill and damage and change Freezing Gust into an AoE that dazes stuns. Perfect combo. Give Comet ammo. I mean, anything. That's the thing, because you make a good point, and you know, you're saying like all these changes that I think would be really, really nice. The problem is, at this point, I'll take any of them. I'll take any change. Even if they do a 10% damage increase, I take it. Like a positive change, you know? That's crazy to me. To me, that's absolutely crazy. Orb of Wrath. Reduce the cooldown. Oh yeah, I want to see. So let's look at... So that's all I'm saying. It's just, to me, it's kind of crazy. I think... I don't know if he has... I gotta go look on here. This was my Evenia cosplay character. Oh my god. Loading for 20 minutes? Oh, you guys can't even see it. Hold on. Does she have... Yeah, so she has... Okay. What's my previous map? Little engine. So I'm gonna run around and see how this feels. Yeah, I know, because there's like 200 billion people in it, you know? Oh my god, killing the bees. So this is now a ground targeted. Purge the target area in a ray of light. Allies are healed and cleansed of a condition, while enemies are infused with blinding light, taking damage each interval if they're initially struck. So what's the change here? Why did that not pull it up? Hello? I literally just pressed the button and I didn't. Okay, so this now, they now track their target. Great. Reduce the cooldown. Great. Like that. This gun now strikes its allies in area, cleanse of a condition, and grant a regeneration. Enemies are struck. The continuously does damage. Reduce the number of impacts from 9 to 6. Increase the power coefficient. Shield of Wrath, which is the 5 skill. Reduce the cooldown. Leap of Faith. This gun is... I don't think I have a great sword. Line of Warding. Reduce the casting time to 0.4. So I do want to see that. I'm going to tell you guys right now. I do want to see that. So, Line of Warding. Oh, that's really nice. That's a nice change right there. Because the thing is that even... Wait, why does it say a quarter of a second? When it's been reduced to... It's been reduced to what? It's been reduced to 0.4? Why does it say quarter of a second? It says quarter of a second in the tooltip. I don't know why. That's crazy. Hold on. It says quarter of a second. Do you guys see that in the cast time there? So I'm not sure. Did I have... Wait. Is my skill... No, because I have this, right? Like, if staff effects recharge time is reduced. I don't even have that equipped. How much faster is this now? Oh, that's the recharge time. That's not the cast time. That's not the cast time. Okay. I don't know. That's kind of quick. But yeah, I mean, that's like a pretty... That's nice. I like that. I like that. I like the cast time of that being way shorter. That's a good change. That's definitely a good change. I want to look at... I don't want to fight mushrooms. Mushrooms suck. This reindeer right here. Alright, I want to see. So this is a ground target. Boom. Dude, where are you going? So, okay, I mean, that's a pretty decent change. Nothing to write home about, I will say. This has a reduced recharge. I still wanted to have, like, you know, I will say, like, Ray of Judgment in the first game was so good. Because it had this, like, giant beam come down and burn enemies and stuff. So, I don't know. But it's kind of strange because I guess you could do this. You could combine this with a mace, I guess. If you have a mace, you could do like a healing setup there. Because this is like healing and it removes conditions and it hits 5 allied targets, hits 5 enemy targets. So it's not bad, right? Like, at all. They used on 5 enemies. Yeah, let's see if we can go to... I know where I can go. I can go to the wolf den. There's like a lot of enemies in a group usually. Wolf den! Oh god. Hold on. Sky scale. Ugh. Hold up. Okay, let's see this on a group. There should be a bunch of wolves here. Alright. Hello. All of you. I need all of you to come here, please. Alright, here we go. Wow, I hit 2, 3, 4, 3. That's not bad. It's just really short, too. I don't know if that's really, if it has, like, such an impact at all. I mean, this character isn't built for damage. It's a healing character, I will say, so... Oh, hello. So it can only hit 3 enemies, I think. Mace focus. Well, the thing is, when you do a mace focus, that's a healing. I mean, I think that's what they're trying to do, because they added healing to this, and it's a pretty significant amount of healing. So I think they're trying to go with like a healing thing here, like a healing offhand. So I don't know if leveling with that is really going to be that efficient, because you're kind of, with mace and stuff, it's all like focused on healing. So, but I could totally see this be like a thing in like group setups or something. Sword focus would be fun for DPS. Or pistol if I can get my hands on Series of the Obscure. This gun now inflicts burning to its additionally to its previous, no longer burns. So they took burning off the shield signet of judgment, and then they added blindness and weakness, which is nice, and then they added it to Signet of Wrath, which has an increase condition damage and then immobilizer when you're fall, which is a great change. Like they realized that the functionalities of the skills were like kind of like opposite of what they really should be doing or whatever, and they changed it. Okay, why do you need to attack me? I haven't done anything. Oh my god, and now I got dialogue. Great. Okay, we're gonna log out. Log out, I mean. I don't have to listen to all those voice lines. This skill, I love that the Shield of Avenger now grants protection, because you guys know I do have my defensive guy that I use in World vs. World all the time, and the guy that uses the shield and stuff, and he just kind of runs around with the shield. And it's really cool because I used to use the Shield of the Avenger, but it doesn't really do anything. Like, again, it's kind of like the Swirling Winds, where it just kind of blocks projectiles and it doesn't really do anything beside that. But now you can have protection on people. Like, that's really cool. Where's the guy? Right here. Yeah, so I think that Signet changes there on both of those are really, really good. Wrath is gonna be really good on like a Condi Guardian for sure. But yeah, so this guy, and he had different builds. I had a defense build. The shield. See, and he had this, so I don't even know.
How may I assist you?
Wait, 5 stacks of protection, is that per person? I gotta check this out. I'm gonna just change this real quick. Is this am I gonna get 5 stacks of protection? No, it's 1 stack for one stack every second. Okay, got it. But if you do something like if you increase your boon duration and stuff like that, concentration. What is this setup? Power, toughness, vitality, concentration. Yeah, so I have a little bit of concentration on there, but I feel like that's gonna be kind of nice, right? Because there is interaction with protection and stuff like that, so I'm definitely gonna enjoy that on this character for sure.
How may I assist you?
I feel like there was something that I had that interacted with protection in some way. Yeah, I don't know. There's like different things you can do with protection though, for sure. So that's gonna be kind of nice. I mean, I don't know. It's a nice tool to have in World vs. World, I think so. Well, yeah, but it just kind of sucks because it doesn't do that much damage. See, it's like this character always isn't built for damage, but it does like such minimal amount of damage. The good thing about it is it has a lot of ammo, right? And it's kind of nice. I mean, this is like a straight up World vs. World ability, right? So I'm gonna be probably doing some World vs. World and like jumping in and just kind of, because I like being because obviously you can see I have toughness, vitality, healing power. And then Rune of the Dolyak, which is toughness and vitality, right? So this character is built for just taking hits and stuff. And this is going to be really nice to have. Like, especially in Zerg fights, I can just drop this into the group and then help my allies out. So I do like that change. It's a small change, but I feel like it's kind of nice. So, alright. And that's pretty much Guardian. Nothing to write home about. I mean, there's some changes to Greatsword here. You know, nothing crazy. I don't think this is, I don't know. I don't see anyone using Greatsword on Guardian. Greatsword has kind of fallen to the wayside, I feel like, a little bit. It used to be the thing to play, but kind of change that. So then we have Mesmer. Clones casting the skill will no longer be interrupted when gaining Mirage Cloak. Okay, nice. Gain quickness when you interrupt a foe and grant yourself might. Wandering. Cleanse a non-damaging condition, gain swiftness when you evade an attack. That's kind of nice. Chaos Vortex. So that's kind of nice. I mean, I feel like Mirage getting a little bit reduce the cooldown of split surge. This causes ambush skills to grant boons to allies. Isn't that what it used to do? This trade caused... Okay, I gotta go on a Mesmer because I don't really understand. I'm gonna go on my... Set the changes to Mesmer Mirage allows for crazy ass shatter build, lots of boons, lots of damage, lots of insanity. I mean, I feel like a lot of people can say a lot of things about a lot of different things without any proof. Because I feel like, I mean, let's be real, isn't that exactly already what, like, other Mesmer builds already do? I mean, not necessarily Mirage, but... So the boons have been increased here, or the conditions have been increased on these, right? And you can see that, and that's really nice. Still don't understand how this is different. How is that different? Is that not what it used to do? I don't understand. So now, Chrono is the Shatterer. Yeah, I don't understand this change. Has been reworked. This trade now causes, like, what? I want to see the history of it. So, hold on. When we look at these side by side, don't they do the exact same thing? Ambush skills are improved. Right? So this is the... Like, vigor instead of alacrity in world versus world only. That's fine. But, like, nothing changed. So I don't understand. Am I crazy? This has been reworked? This trade now causes ambush skills to grant boons to nearby allies. Did they not used to... They always granted their boons to nearby allies, right? What are the boons? Is it just, like, random? Can I give you a boon? Can I give you a boon by... I can't give you a boon. Oh my god. I'm lagging so hard because there's like 23 people. You're my test subject. Does it give... Okay. So was the thing before that you would only share the alacrity with other people and not the power and fury, but now the power and fury gets shared too? Because if that's the case, was that not the case before? I don't know if that was the case or not. I don't understand what the change there is. I really don't. Now reduce the cooldown of mind rack and cry of frustration upon gaining Mirage Cloak. So this is what I guess your friend is talking about here. So that is this thing down here. Shatter skills grant Mirage Cloak if you have enough clones present. Required clones, so if you have 2 clones. Gaining Mirage Cloak recharges mind rack and cry of frustration. So you can just bust out the cry of frustration and like just keep going with it because it reduces the recharge by 3 seconds and it has a 25-second cooldown. So you can probably like just keep spamming that by and then, well, I like to have, that's the thing. I know that most condition builds on Mirage and Mesmer and stuff like that, they always go with like blinding dissipation and ineptitude, right? Because these kind of go hand in hand, right? Because Shatter skill 2 inflicts blindness, it already does confusion, but then because of ineptitude, because of the blindness, you apply confusion as well, right? So it just like stacks all this confusion, right? Like you all of a sudden have so much confusion that goes on there. This is really nice. They changed Wandering Mind. But I like to create as many clones as I can, because then that way I can kind of like shatter them more often too. So I know that's maybe a little bit of a loss there in DPS, but I get so many clones that I don't need to have a clone generation thing here. I don't need to depend on any of these. I can just use phase retreat to escape, and that like whenever, you know. But you evade all the time, so you create all these clones and stuff. So that's how I play it. I like it. Oh, you guys didn't even see any of that. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see any of that? I was talking about these. I don't know if you guys saw any of that. But anyways, but yeah, it's I have a different setup than regular Mirages do, just because I like working that way. But yeah, it looks like Dune Cloak here is a good skill. Is a good trade now for shattering. Yep, I did see those pictures. Can now be triggered by allies as well, which is kind of annoying. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like, I think that's gonna be kind of annoying there. Because if you're trying to damage an enemy, but then a friendly unit walks through it first, that's gonna be kind of annoying. So I don't know how I feel about that change. Life transfer. Reduce the casting time. Okay, reduce the aftercast. Summoning Fleshworm, reduce the Deathclaw, now inflicts bleeding. Chilling and corrupting boons on hit. Okay. I don't think there's anything to write home about. I mean, I guess you can use Lich form now in a Chill Reaper, you know, kind of has some stuff there. Increase the base life siphoning damage in PvP and World of Warcraft. Increase the base life siphon healing. Okay. Introduce this been reworked. Marks now can now be triggered by allies and will heal and grant additional supportive effects to allies when triggered. Your location when you use your Forest Shroud skill. Heals and grants protection, grants vigor, removes conditions, grants stability. So it's nice. I mean, seeing staff as a support option for Necromancer in a way is kind of cool. Kind of makes me want to try it out and see. But I don't have a setup for that at all, so I would have to like kind of look at it and see. Reduce the health percentage decrease. I think this is huge. Like 0.5% per stack of blight, and you can have up to 30 stacks. So that's 15% more health that you get at full stack. I think 30 is the highest blight stack, right? So that's actually kind of nice when you look at something like that. Up to 25 times for a total of 37 maximum health reduction. But it's now been down to 1%, right? Yeah, which is the PvP as well, the PvP equivalent. So it went from losing 37% maximum health, right? Or, you know, health reduction or whatever. It's now 25% across the board. So that gives Harbingers another 12.5% health. So that's kind of nice. I think that's pretty significant for Harbingers, because Harbingers, you know, that's the thing. It's like those are the very squishy necromancers, because their health bar, or their what's it called, the life force bar or whatever, the shroud doesn't replace their health. So it was actually a good change to have that here. Kind of helps out a little bit, right? Ranger, they're trying to bring Torch up to snuff. I don't know. I don't play Condition Ranger really at all, especially not Torch. So I don't know if this is actually good. I mean, again, it does, like, it has 15-second cooldown. It does 220 damage, burning for 10 seconds, and can hit 5 targets at a 1200 range, right? So now you have 2 ammunitions on it, and it causes blindness on top of it. So that's already really good. I mean, again, if we can compare to something like the focus skills on the fucking Elementalist, right? Like, this is way better than anything that the Elementalist has. Set a fire around you, damaging and burning foes. So this skill now releases an initial burst of fire when used. The total burning amount is unchanged. So before, I had 9 stacks of burning that would over 8 seconds, I guess. So the activation would have 1 application of burning, and then 8 seconds longer it would apply another burning. But it probably does like a set amount of stacks like early on or something. I don't know, but yeah, anyway, so this has been changed. So there's more burning, there's more fire there. Scourges don't even get life force health bar. Harbingers do, but it's at a reduced rate. They don't get, Harbingers don't get it, right? Harbingers don't get that at all, do they? I don't think Harbingers don't get a health bar, like a second health bar. Do I have a Harbinger even? I don't know if this guy has Harbinger. It's like, see, but when I get damaged, it's, see, this is not, it's damaging me. So no, they don't get a health, but they don't get a second health bar at all. Ooh, get out of here. Get out of here. Yeah, so they don't get a second health bar. Harbingers don't get a second health bar. Yeah. Yeah. So it's kind of nice. I mean, I do like the change of that. So that definitely works out for sure. Grants quickness to its previous quick draw. When weapon swapping, gain quickness. The trade now grants quickness in addition to its previous effects. Next weapon cooldown is reduced by 66%. That's dumb. Why add 2 elite specs to Necro that don't make use of health bar? Well, they do make use of the health bar, but they do it differently, right? Like, I think functionality wise, like, the Harbinger is pretty much like, it gets these like super damaging like quick attacks. It does they do a ton of stuff, right? But then when you look at the Scourge, the Scourge gets more of the like, the Scourge doesn't replace its skills, and they just get these extra like when I look at my dual classing video, you know, the dual, I mean, when you look at the dual classing video that I made, it kind of outlines really the different, like, what the different elite specs were supposed to be, you know, because when you look at Scourge and Harbinger, they had like completely different like ideas of what they were supposed to do. But then, you know, the problem is that Arena has been kind of homogenizing a lot of the different things that a lot of classes can do. So it starts blending together in a lot of ways. Well, the Spectre is supposed to be the Necromancer. The Spectre is the Thief slash Necromancer dual class. So it gets what the Spectre gets is the OG oh my god, I can't even think of it. What is that called? The Shroud. It gets the OG Shroud. When you look at a Spectre, right? I have a Spectre set up. The Spectre gets, you look at the Spectre skills, Shroud skills, these are exactly what the original Shroud for Necromancer does, right? Like, that's the interesting part about, okay, apparently it goes on cooldown if I don't have a target, which is so great. Right, like all of these skills, when you look at these, functionality-wise, they do exactly what the OG, right? Like, the skill 1 just fires a thing, right? The skill 2 is like a small AoE. I think it's the same on the Shroud. This is like a knockdown, like a big AoE around you or whatever. Like, it kind of functions the same way. So it's supposed to be, this Shroud is supposed to reflect the original Shroud from Necromancer. No, I mean the OG Shroud from a Necromancer. So if you have a core Necro has like the Shroud from the Spectre works almost exactly like the Shroud does from a core Necro. So when you look at a core Necro, and we're back at the Wizard's Tower, which also takes forever to load. So obviously this is a Reaper, but if we like take Reaper away, right, and you look at these, so that's the same thing. This is like an AoE around you. This is, well, they changed what some of these skills do, but it was supposed to feel like this Shroud is what it's supposed to be, because when you look at the one skill, for example, you just fire out a projectile and stuff. It's supposed to feel like the OG Death Shroud from the Necro. That's what they kind of tried to incorporate. That's one of the reasons, and that's exactly what it kind of comes down to. That's one of the reasons why the Spectre, the Shroud for Spectre, isn't that great, because they took a core mechanic that's not an elite specialization or anything. It's from the core from like 2012, and they tried to put that on the Spectre. That's why when originally Spectre came out, and even now, not many people play it, because Spectre isn't that great, because the Shroud isn't that great, because it's based off of this old ass Shroud from long ago. Like, it's supposed to kind of reflect that. When you look at them side by side, you can see a lot of the things, and the problem with it is that they've changed a lot on the core Necro Shroud versus the Spectre. They haven't really updated the Spectre as much. Skills are quite different, but I get your meaning. A transform mechanic, give them access to poison. I know, we've talked about this. You want poison on Guardian, Dark Knight, we know. I'll be right back. Access to burn on a thief? I mean, that would be interesting. I mean, that's one condition they don't at all deal with, you know? So, it's not a bad idea. I don't know what niche could be filled. I mean, maybe a healing weapon? Like, something that isn't as stupid as Scepter? As, like, a healing weapon for Thief? So have Trident be, like, a healing weapon in some shape or form? I guess that would be kind of nice. That's what I would like to see, I think. Alright. This trait has not been recurrent protection when entering or leaving beast mode. Okay, cool. This trait now displays on the effect bar when it's not on cooldown. I mean, I hate healing weapons. I think there's a place for, like, I don't know, like healing slash, you know what would be really cool? I would love to see a weapon, and I think it would really work on Thief. I would love to see a weapon that heals through doing damage, if that makes sense. Like a DPS slash healing hybrid weapon, where you can do a lot of damage and do some healing, but then if you're like spec'd for healing, you do like less, you know, way less damage and more healing, right? But like have it be balanced to the point where you can't do both at the same time. Like if you choose to do both at the same time, you know, you do mediocre in both of them, kind of. Just use a different one. See, and that's a problem that it's one of the fundamental problems that I have with Guild Wars 2. Right? One of the fundamental problems that I have with Guild Wars 2 is that that your skills, your weapon skills, are dependent on what weapon you wield, and then you're kind of locked into a specific role based on the weapon that you use, right? Certain roles use certain weapons. And that's kind of annoying because I want to be able to use any weapon at any point in time and just be like, oh, okay, I'm going to tweak a little bit of my build here and still have damage. That's why I keep saying we need traits that interact with the weapon skills on a more like frequent basis, right? Where like you can pick out a, you know, like the best example today, right, that we have is the Blinding Ashes, the Inferno skill that they now have, right? It's been renamed Inferno, right? So you take a Condi weapon, or you take a Condi weapon, but you apply this, right? And all of a sudden, the thing scales off of condition damage or power damage, right? The main Condi on this Condi weapon now scales off of power damage rather than condition damage, right? And I feel like that needs to happen a lot more on a lot of these different things, you know? And that's why one of the things that I talked about this all the time is that's why I love the oh, you guys can't even see it. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I keep on having to switch between the two. Wait, why does this not? Where is it? Oh, sorry, you guys. The Inferno skill. I was looking at that. That's all I pulled up here. But when I, you know, that's the thing is like, I love stuff like that. With what they decide to do. Yeah, they're all over the place. What we want to do, I don't see why they didn't do that with Rifle for Mesmer. Well, because they do boons, and I don't think they do outright like tons of healing, do they? I think they provide yeah, short bow. I think many of the Secrets of the Obscure weapons kind of didn't hit the mark. Like, I hate Pistol on Elementalist. I think it's very clunky and unintuitive, very not like uninspired, and it feels very just like kind of shoehorned in, kind of put together, whatever, right? Like put some kind of skills together with whatever. It feels very like you know. But I don't know. I look at a lot of these things. I don't know. I look at those things like that's what I was saying earlier. So one thing I really like is the trident on the underwater trident on Revenant, right? Like the underwater. I should have an underwater trident on one of these guys. I think this guy has a Guardian Pistol outperforms for sure. Guardian Pistol is great. Guardian Pistol is great. I like Guardian Pistol a lot. Guardian Pistol is really good. I played it the other day. I talked about that. It's actually really good. But yeah, when you look at something like... I should have a trident equipped. I do. Right? You look at something like this. I love this, right? I really, really love this. Like, I could see... You know what I could see for something like this? If you look at this in a serious way, right? Like where depending on which legend you're in, it does something different, and it can go from a, you know, a condition damage weapon to a power damage weapon in a matter of swapping your legends, right? Like it literally does fill this trident fills the role of multiple weapons. So I am on the legendary demon stance, right? And I'm going to be doing condition damage, right? Like, so if I go up to the salmon, I'm going to be doing condition damage, right? Like, I'm going to be doing a lot of condition damage because I'm going to be stacking a ton of torment, right? But then I swap over to the assassin stance, and now it's a power damage weapon, right? It now does power damage because we're doing vulnerability instead, right? Like, and that's great. I love that. I love that, right? And so what's the other, there's another profession where they could easily do this, right? They could easily do this on like a on an elementalist, having not necessarily a new set of skills, and hear me out, not having like having the 5 same skills for every element, but depending on which element you're in, it now does something different. It applies burning when you're in fire. It applies chill when you're in water or healing or whatever, right? It applies vulnerability or fury or whatever when you're in air magic, right? And it does bleeding when you're in earth, right? And so you can then have this weapon and it's like, oh, okay, well, I can swap around and I can make all these different things happen on this one weapon. I love being a herald underwater on Rev with Trident can be, once you go on land, you're back to Torment Burn mix. Yeah, I know. And I love this. When they added this weapon, I first of all love the skills of it. Like the animations are really, really cool. But I just also absolutely love what they've done with this. Like I just really love the idea behind this, right? Like right here, you have a different field depending on which year is like, it always says chill, but it gives you different combo field depending on which legend you're in. And that's so cool to me. Like, they could easily do this on every single elementalist and elementalist weapon, and I'd be totally fine with that. Depending on, you know, which element you're in, it does something different. It could so work. I mean, oh. Poison water to do bleed. I mean, that'd be kind of cool. I would love that. I kind of miss because Final Fantasy does that a lot, where they combine like earth with poison a lot, right? And they like that's like Final Fantasy setup, right? As like whenever you do like earth based things, it's always like poison. It does like poison. I think there's other games that do it, but I do know that I from what I remember, like Final Fantasy games always do that, where they do like poison on earth skills and stuff. So I mean, ArenaNet should really like move to the point where if we're not adding new elite specializations, then at least make it so that every class has access to everything in some shape or form, right? Where you change trades, where like, you know, for example, talking about this, right? We're talking about what if, because like poison is much stronger than bleeding, right? Like just base damage wise or whatever. What if they had a Earth attunement master trait that changes Grandmaster. I'm sorry, not master. Grandmaster trait that so any Earth ability, instead of causing bleeding, now causes poison, but at 50% like duration. Like, that would be really cool, because then you could have like this weird poison build that you could build, right? So we replace all of the things that under any circumstance that deals with like bleeding or whatever into poison. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I want to see. I want to see the stuff that like gives you access to all of the things, right? Like, that's what I want to see. Then we have the Revenant changes. It grants resistance when swapping legends. Removes stability when striking with quickness, and instead cause you to do increased damage when you strike a foe that has protection or stability. What is that in? That is in Devastation. It's a Grandmaster Devastation trait. So instead of removing stability, we do increased damage now. Okay. This trait has been reworked. Gaining Dark Aura siphons health from nearby enemies. Okay, replenishing Despair. That is under Corruption. So that's all the while maintaining upkeep, your energy pips are increased, but you apply Torment to yourself. So it's been completely reworked. Okay. This trait now grants Dark Aura in addition to its previous effect. Invoke Torment, transfers condition. Again, that kind of... I think one of the things that I really dislike, and I've slowly realized this, specifically for like if we're thinking about like Condi, Revenant, is that so each of the trade lines are based off of doing something very specific, right? So you take the Corruption trade line, for example, and it deals with applying Torment, right? And it's all Torment focused, and it's all about that, right? It's like Chill applies Torment, blah blah blah. It has all that stuff, right? Like Torment duration is increased. The only other Condi line that you have is you got to do Kalas, right? You got to do the other trade line, right? So which is Renegade, the Renegade line, right? So the Renegade line deals with, again, condition damage, but there's nothing about Torment in there, right? They focus on bleeding you inflict, and you know, giving yourself fury, and like, you know, Kala's Fervor is kind of nice because it does give you like a straight up Condi damage stack or whatever, right? But like many of the things there's no synergy between many of the lines. So I have these, like I said, I have all these different issues with Revenant as a profession. So it's like, because it's built up as this profession where you constantly need to swap legends, right? Specifically when you look at the like at the Corruption trade line, because all of the major Grandmasters, they have you swap legends, right? Invoking Torment, meaning you swap into your going into like your demon stands or whatever, right? So it deals with all of that, but it's like none of the other trade lines deal with Torment. So you focus on Torment and you focus on all of this stuff, and then all of a sudden you now have to go into this other trade line that deals with other conditions. And it's so weird. Like, there's like this synergy that's missing for me, you know? Folks are gonna bleed really annoys the fuck out of me. I'd rather be a core rev Torment build, or at least Herald has some access to Chill. Herald has access to Chill. Is that right? Through the trades? I don't see any Chill here. there is some synergy here because based, you know, your facet of nature changes based on which one you have. So there's some synergy here in the specific mechanic, right? In the mechanic there's some but even this is like, I don't know, it's really not that great, I don't think. I don't know, like, infinite energy build. Yeah, I don't know. I still have, and I've talked about my issues that I have with energy and stuff like that. I'm not a fan of Revenant as it stands, you know. This skill now grants Dark Aura and Might per condition on you. Okay, this skill now inflicts torment when striking an enemy in addition to its previous effects. So I do like this. I'm hoping that Revenant gets a really cool. I would love to have a dark mage of some sort, like a dark mist mage. If we get some long range, if we get long range like spell casting kind of weapon in the next expansion, like a long range spell casting weapons, because you could really make this like a cool ass like dark mage in a weird like a torment mage or whatever. So that's kind of nice. Heal and grant protection to my allies when using healing skill, affected by your dodge. Healing increased to others, but now it does alacrity to allies. So you can now apply alacrity, which is kind of nice. Changes I'm excited about. I mean, yeah, like a core. I could see a core rev really working with this. Like a Condi core rev, like playing around with Dark Aura. I love Dark Aura, and I'm glad. Ever since they introduced Dark Aura into the game, I'm like, man, because they only had like 2 skills or something in the game that applied Dark Aura, and I'm like, well, you added this really cool thing into the game, but now no one can use it. Like, it's not usable by anyone. So I love that we're getting more Dark Aura, right? So we have Thief, increase the bleeding, reduce the initiative cost, increase the initiative cost, increase the initiative cost. This skill now grants Dark Aura, Dagger Storm from 1 to 2, and bleeding duration in PvE only. So Dagger Storm is kind of nice now. Increase the healing on Mug, which is very interesting by like quite a bit. Even the odds, increase the might duration, increase the power damage from gain extra power while you're gain power and then gain extra power. Okay, this is the only world versus world in PvP. Increase the damage per condition. Expose weakness. Use to your targets for each unique condition on them. That's kind of big, right? Like even 1%. I mean, there's so many conditions out there, and if you can apply a ton of them, I mean, that's kind of huge there. For World vs. World in PvP. This now plays Dark Aura in addition, which is grant barrier to nearby allies when you use a healing skill. So now you apply grant barrier to nearby allies. Do you grant it to yourself too, or is that? I think you grant that to yourself as well, right? So you grant yourself, this is in Shadow Arts. Stealing inflicts blindness, stealth attacks inflict weakness. So that's kind of nice. I mean, barrier and Dark Aura. I guess that's kind of nice, right? So it's fun with Torment as well. Yeah, but Vindicator doesn't have anything else that's set up for condition damage, right? Like that's the thing. That's what I'm talking about, synergies. You know, you look at something like that, and you know, it's I don't know. I mean, it's just, I feel like the Vindicator doesn't really have anything that deals with, maybe I'm not thinking of it. That's why I'm kind of stopping and looking. Increased power while above the health threshold, increased healing, right? It's power damage and healing power. Dodging now deals more damage, increases outside, grants boons, heal allies, right? So you have healing, boons, damage. You have damage and healing. You have endurance, right? This is dealing with like your energy, kind of energy meld does different things or whatever. Here's either regeneration or might. So again, it's power or healing, damage, right? So it's like there's no Condi at all, right? There's no synergy with Condi. So it's kind of, it feels almost like a wasted slot because there's no synergy between Corruption and Vindicator, right? Like that's what I'm saying. I really feel like these Grandmaster trades should really look into like, you know, like, I don't know. I feel like not many people use Vassals of the Empire. What do we know what boons it does? While dodging now grants boons. What kind of boons does it grant? But anyways, like I feel like they could just put these boons on the healing thing and then just make the third one a condition one, right? And just kind of have that as an option where it's like, oh, you want to run condition Vindicator? Okay, so now your dodge does 3 stacks of chill, right? And then you immediately have, because any condition Revenant is going to be using the corruption line, right? Like hands down. So you then have a synergy with, oh, okay, so if, you know, like anytime your dodge applies 3 stacks of chill, you now apply 3 stacks of torment with every dodge. And so there's like some synergy. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm talking about. They kind of need to like look in, like the Revenant needs some like building off of one another. You know, push damage, they could do more. I've done a Corruption Vindicator, it's fun. Yeah, it's fun, but is it like really, is it good? Right? Like, or give it torment. I mean, anything, you know, I anything to like kind of make it feel good. So yeah, none of these changes are really, you know, Dark Aura is nice. I get that they're trying to add that. Like I said, these changes so far, like I will say this, like we're almost at the end actually, so I'll talk about it at the end. So no longer reduces maximum initiative, really nice. I like that a lot. Daredevil interrupting a foe. I didn't even finish this. Grant yourself protection. Grant yourself field around yourself that grants protection to nearby allies when you steal. So this is like kind of like they kind of went like into the healing. I mean, is it for PvP? Well, no, but poison is a pretty strong condition, especially if you have condition duration and stuff like that. Poison is a pretty good thing there. Power Spectre is awful. That's not that great. I tried it out. Okay, so that's in here now. When you steal, create a field around yourself. I want to see what that does. So that goes now. Create a dark aura when you steal. Grant barrier and dark aura to when you use a healing skill. So does that apply to myself? Yeah, it does. So I give myself. So when I steal, does this apply to this then? Dark aura. Okay, it just creates like a little field on the ground. So I don't really know, what does Dark Aura do again? Oh, you guys probably couldn't even see any of that. So I mean that's pretty nice, getting a dark aura and then getting a field on the ground. Like getting dark aura and then when you steal, oh, I need to have a target to do that. Okay. I mean, I don't know how much that's really gonna change the game. Because what does Dark Aura even do? Reduces incoming condition damage and causes torment each time you're struck. 1 second cooldown. Inflicts 2 seconds of torment. I mean, that's kind of nice. You know, I could kind of see, like, if you're wanting to build, like, a little bit more for survivability. But the problem is then it deals with, like, stealth. It deals with stealth here when you enter and exit stealth. Super speed when you stealth. So then you want to kind of deal with stealth, too. Because then... yeah, I don't know how useful that's gonna be. Again, I don't really. It's definitely a defensive choice, but I kind of like it. I kind of like where they're coming from with it. I do enjoy that. I think a little bit. Dark Aura. Like I don't know if I like it a lot on that or whatever. On Shadow Arts, but. You guys couldn't see that again. I'm sorry, I keep like not lowering the thing, so I don't know. I just tried that out. I do want to try out. I want to see the change to not having the initiative. I want to kind of see if that makes that's gonna make a huge difference for Spectre DPS, or even like Spectre healers because. Initiative is like the resource on the thief, right? It's like the thing that you have to pay attention to. I mean, many of the other like auras were always fun. I like the idea of auras, but I feel like I don't know. Auras just don't have the accessibility that you can build around that, except for on Elementalist. On Elementalist, you can build around that, you know? Oops. Yeah, see, I don't do that much damage with it. This is less than the fire burn guy from earlier. This is only at 14,000 that I can go to. So, it's a nice change, I think, and I think that's, you know, it's good that we have like full initiative. I don't think it's gonna be that significant of a change. Daredevil, increased duration. Yeah, it does like all these crazy stuff now. I didn't even. This trait has been reworked. Now against supportive. To have a additional supportive effects. So they're still trying to really push. they're really still trying to push this like support specter, but it's just like, first of all, Thief only has one weapon that does torment and does healing, right? No other weapon applies any of those things or does any of those things. So you're stuck always using Scepter, and a lot of people don't like that. You know, one big thing is weapon swap, right? You want to weapon swap all the time, but why would you swap if you're a healer? Because you're constantly like, this is the only weapon that does the things that you need it to do, you know? So that's what I'm kind of talking about, like changes that I'd like to see. There's no weapon changes at all, right? We get Shadow Sap, the initiative cost has been increased. Measured shot, right? But like, you know, black, like these four are the weapon changes and these aren't significant, right? But they need to look at like other weapons that aren't being used and do something with them. You know what I mean? Like, we still don't have like really a good offhand that deals with like healing for the Thief. Like, if you're gonna double down on making Spectre a heal spec, right, then at least like give us more options on other things. You know, they keep buffing all of these, like these are all the skills, right? Like, you know, this is the alacrity, right? So you can apply alacrity and stuff like that. So they added all these things to it, which is fine. I get it. You know, it's great for healing, provides a large amount of healing to nearby allies, applies Aegis, right? Like, it's great. You know, I like the idea there, but it's just like you're stuck always using Scepter because it's the only thing that really works on Spectre. So it's like, it would be nice if they were to look at that and look at, like, you know, I don't know, I'm not saying make Sword a healing weapon, but Sword is so useless. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not useful at all. Like, no one really uses it. So I don't know. Body power should be separate from weapons. Yeah, that's never gonna happen, unfortunately, just with the way that the game is built, but I understand what you're saying. I looked through some of these earlier, so they kind of buffed a little bit. Not really buffed. They kind of balance it because there's actually a nerf here. So they increased the range here of Eviscerate, which is nice because 300 was such a dumb range. It was way too short. Has an increased critical strike chance. This is all like World vs. World PvP, right? World vs. World PvP, World vs. World PvP, right? So, increase the fury duration, but then they reduced the damage increase at from 50% to 25, and at 25 health from 100 to 50%. So throw axe is now, they kind of nerfed that by a lot. You know, I don't know if that's really such a, I don't know, it's whatever, you know. I don't think that that's such a significant nerf, but yeah, they increased the power coefficient of 100 blades. They didn't do anything else. See, that's what I'm saying, is like, just changing power coefficient. Like, I love this balance patch with what they're trying to do in the majority, in the big changes that they're making. But it's like, then I see something like this, and I'm like, you know that no one is using Greatsword, and this is not changing that fact. No one is using Greatsword still. Just because you're changing the power coefficient by like 0.2 here, and then change it by not even 0.3, is like 0.29 here, like in PvE, like that's not gonna go make people go like, oh my god, Greatsword is the best. Like, it's not. People are not going to use it. This is a useless change. This has a functionality, and the changes here for PvP World vs. World. You know, there is something to that because it's all about like stunning and stuff. It's a decent PvP weapon, I want to say. But again, I don't know if that's really going to take the place of any of this. But again, Warrior has never been their you know, they don't care about Warrior. Right? Like, as much as it's the very bottom of this list, it's also the very bottom of Arena in its list, right? Like, I feel like sometimes they just add changes to Warrior because they realize they have to add changes to Warrior. Like, they can't just, like, not do a balance patch without doing anything for the Warriors, so they kind of change it there. Increase the quickness on Berserker is nice. That's kind of nice. Heat to soul, I do like that. Grant boons to nearby allies when you use a burst skill. It's great. I think that's a significant change there. Makes Berserker is still the top played one anyways. Whenever you see a warrior in PvE, it's always a Berserker because that's the one that works. Bladesworn still has like a lot of issues, I think. Dead or Alive does now heals in addition to its previous effect. Game one Berserker mode. Okay, and it heals a little bit now. Yeah, so there's some changes here where you can get more flow, positive flow, where it changes from 1 to 2 on all of these things that I had before. And then they kind of they took away some of the internal cooldowns there. Nothing crazy. This no longer creates a mine and will cause an explosion at the beginning of the evade. That's kind of nice. But again, I think Bladesworn has more like bigger issues. I was just looking at Bladesworn the other day, and I was just like, man, it's just not there. It's just not there. I think it's just, the idea is still really, really good, but I think they need to just, something needs to change there. So for sure, I'll never like, I love the idea of Bladesworn. The idea of Bladesworn is really, really cool to me, right? I love the idea of Bladesworn. There's really something to it, but the problem is that I think the building up the charges when you're trying to do a big attack, they need to completely change that. Do I even have a? Oh, I don't need to. Kind of do. Do I have a? That's fine. I want to be in here anyways. It's not bad, right? Like, of an ammunition skill reduces the recharge of all warrior skills. So this now gives like 2 positive flow instead of just 1. So that's kind of nice, you know? But the problem is just that, like, when you look at something like that, it's like, like the game, Guild Wars 2 has really moved towards just like putting out all this damage, and especially since like End of Dragons and stuff, this has happened a lot. I think many of the End of Dragons, like specs and stuff are better than the other ones. Like just even mechanically and like on paper, I think they work out a lot better. I'm gonna go to the champion Val Raven. But the problem is just that when you're trying to like charge your Dragon Slash, it takes too long, right? It can potentially do a huge amount of damage. The problem is just that the charge for that takes like way too long to even get to the point where it's good. And beside that, the sound effects are awful, by the way. I hate that constant like boom, boom, boom when I'm doing anything. Right, like look at this. I'm standing here, I'm standing here, I'm standing here. Okay, boom, I can do this. And that didn't, I don't think that even hit him. Like, and you're locked in place. You can't move. Like, yes, I can apply like stability and stuff like that, and I can move around and I can do the thing or whatever. That was 90,000 damage there. But like 90,000 damage in the like 3 seconds that it lets me, like, that it takes me to charge it, like, other professions will have already way more damage done. You know, I think it needs to really feel good. It definitely needs to get those charges out way faster. Like, because when I use the elite here, watch when I do the elite how fast I charge. Bam, bam, bam. Do you see that? Do you see how fast that charged that up? So nice. It's one of my favorite things about the elite. Because I can then get my Dragon Slash out really fast. I'm gonna be honest with you, it should be way faster than this. That's one of the things that I really... Because I like the idea of it, for sure. 113,000 in one attack. I mean, that's pretty good. I shouldn't have used that. Didn't realize they were still on cooldown here. Yeah. Oh, I didn't hit him. Oh well. Toss up between Spellbreaker and Berserker for me. I love Spear and Spellbreaker, and Dagger Pistol and Berserker. Spear having explosive skills is nice. With Blade Sworn as well. Yes. So there's some synergy there as well. I like that they have that in there. It feels good. The thing though is also like, just fundamentally, like, you're in the guns. You use the gun saber anyways. Like, you're not gonna be using a different weapon, honestly. Like, I don't know. I mean, you could potentially like swap your weapons, but I don't see a reason why, because a lot of it builds off of using ammunitions, right? Like, everything is an ammunition skill, which builds off of things like this and explosions, right? Everything is an explosion here, so you want to stay in this, right? Because this gives you guns and glory for only 3 seconds, but it's a must. So you kind of, it forces you to be in the gun saber anyways the whole time. Can you stop jumping around, please? So the idea, I love the idea of the Blade Sworn. I really do, but I think there needs to be just some tweaks to it to make it like really. And again, I don't ever see anyone play this. And beside that, the sound effects really have to be changed. The giant boom 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 sound effect is one of the dumbest things ever. I hate it. Didn't they used to have one where, like, I don't know. Wasn't there like a thing that made all my my adrenaline skills be like critical all the time? Is that not a thing anymore? Why do I have that? Tactics? Arms. Have increased critical chance. So this is what I'm going for. I don't know why I didn't. Inferior and adrenaline. You immobilize or disable. This actually works a lot better. I don't like the gunblade. I just hate the sound effects of it, so. And I wish they would have like changed it. Like, this feels like just you're wielding a greatsword. That's really what it feels like to me. They should change a little bit of the animation. I would like for them to not carry it like a greatsword, but like an actual gun saber type of thing. I'm just gonna wait until this charges. I want to see how much damage I can do with this. That was 50,000 and 68,000 on that. So, I don't know. I like Blade Sworn, but I wish they would change the animation just a little bit of it. Because it just, you carry it around like a greatsword, and I feel like it should be a little bit different. It should look a little different. Warrior unique new weapon, entirely gun saber only warriors can use. I mean, that's technically what they did. That's technically what they did, but they just made it look like a greatsword. That's the issue with that, right? Like, oh, the next explosions to extra damage. Yeah, it's a well thought out elite spec. I think it just needs to be tweaked a little bit. I really think there's something there. Because I'm not like, ugh. Like, I'm enjoying it, but I just know that it's not as strong. Oh my god, and that champion Valraven is back again? That's funny. Alright, we're gonna go for it again. We should wield the gunblade backwards style, like a katana. Like when you do in that stance. Oh, like you mean like when I'm like holding it closed? Like I'm about to like take it out or whatever? Like when I do my Dragon Slash? Like not backwards, but you mean like hold back like that? There's a lot of synergy on this on the Bladesworn just by itself too. So it doesn't feel bad at all. Like it feels kind of nice. I just hate the sound effects and I wish the animations were a little bit better and maybe change a little bit of the like the Dragon Slash needs to charge. Like if the Dragon Slash charged maybe, I don't know, a little bit faster than what it does now. Because I really think there's something there for sure. Because you can also do this. Goodbye. Ooh. What the heck? Bam. There. See, using my elite, I charge it so fast. And that's the thing, because the reason, like, charging the Dragon Slash faster is not even that big of a deal, because you still have a cooldown on it anyways. So they could have, like, I think they could do a trade-off. They could have the Dragon Slash take long, be shorter to charge, right? Where you can just like, you know, you can activate it much faster, but then have the cooldown be longer. Be like have the cooldown on Dragon Slash just be a little bit longer, increase it by like 3 seconds or something, and have like a little bit of a trade-off, so it's not straight up better. Boom. See, because I have 7 seconds, so increase it to 10 seconds, and that'll be fine. 137,000. I haven't been looking at any of these numbers. 137, I think, is the highest that I've gotten so far. What was that last one that I just said? 107? Or 102? I'm sorry, 102. I did 102. And then I did 81, 94. 115. 134. I mean, that's great. Like, it's cool seeing those numbers. I don't know. Holding it like a greatsword kind of sucks. That's one thing I really hate. I wish they would kind of like one-hand it. Like, I get it takes up 2 spots, but like, you know, my spear is a 2-handed weapon as well, but I don't wield it with 2 hands. Let's be real. You wield it with 1 hand. Okay? Like, you know what I mean? So I could see my gun saber being like a 1-handed weapon that I kind of fling around. It should have unique, if it had unique animations, it would be really, really nice. If it had like a unique way of holding the weapon, not dual handing it like that. Oh, like having a pointed actually at the enemy and not to the back behind you. I mean, I feel like that would be kind of weird though, because if you imagine them running with it pointed like that, I think it would look really silly. Like with them having the sword pointed forward like that. So I don't know. I would love to see this become like more, because I know it could be better. Like I could really see this become like a really, really cool spec. Because the idea of it, like even when I remember when they announced it, right, and they showed it, right, and they showed all of it, and people were like, "Oh my god, that is so cool," and people loved it, right? But it just needs some tweaking, I think. Yeah, I would love to see it as a one-handed, like a one-handed katana or something. Like they could make it even. They don't have to make it that long. They could make it shorter, make it not as clunky around here. Like they could kind of redesign what it looks like and just have it be one-handed. I always hated this animation of greatswords. I think it's one of the things why I don't play greatswords, because every character just drags the greatsword behind them. And they're like, "I'm coming into battle!" Like, that's not how you hold a greatsword. That's not how you would... I don't know. I feel I don't know. Like when I look at like how some of the female characters hold it and stuff, it's just weird to me. I don't know how like other races hold the great sword. I'm not sure, but um definitely on human it feels weird. Like I definitely would love to see it where how we hold the spear now. I would love to kind of see it that in that same way as just like a one-handed sword. You know, it doesn't have to be a dual-handed sword. I would love to see it as like a two-handed sword, because he doesn't hold it like a katana anyways. None of these moves look like a katana, so I get that it's like that it's like inspired by like Asian sword fighting from back in the day and stuff like that during the feudal times or whatever with samurais and stuff. I get all that, you know, and I get that it's like the Canthan, you know, because they use the amber from the forest and stuff like that. I get all that. You know what I mean? I understand where they're coming from with it. I don't know. I just wish that I don't know. I could see this work differently than just wielding another greatsword. Right? Like because the attacks and the animations and stuff is just wielding a greatsword. That is exactly what it is. So you kind of you have the, instead of having a unique weapon, you just have a copy of a weapon that sucks and you made it better. Right? Like this is hands down a better greatsword than a greatsword was or is. So hold it over your shoulder like a badass, walk like a badass. I mean, doesn't yeah, see, you do it when you walk, you hold it like that. And it's one-handed, right? You hold it with one hand when you do that. I don't know. I could see some different animations. If they change the sound effects of the stupid explosion, like the guns being shot, that should be changed to something a lot less like intrusive and loud and obnoxious. And change how you wield it. I could see be good. I can't believe I only have one. I was just thinking, I think I only have one warrior. Who's this? No, this was the... I have another human warrior. This is my Rurik lookalike guy. I should have more warriors. I can't believe I only have one warrior. And then this was the survivor that we were doing. Which I haven't completely given up on this, but I've kind of given up on this. Let's be real. What is going on? I want to try out... Let me go into the lobby. I want to see how she carries that gunslinger. She built. They all are. Especially the Norn women. They look like freaking monsters, dude. And this is honestly the way that she looks. This was the default. I didn't even change anything about her. I literally just went through the default, and this is what she default looked like. See how she kind of like drags it behind her? Wow. What? Whoa, what's going on here? Hello? Am I still alive? Why is it? What the fuck? Did you guys see that? What the hell is going on here? Female animation's always better. Why? Because I'm naked? I'm running around in the nude. I don't know. I don't like these animations. These don't look... These are not intuitive, right? Like, you give me a new weapon that is supposed... But it's just Greatsword, right? Like, how different are these animations from Greatsword? Let's look at that. Everyone be sitting here bitching. Let's actually compare it to... okay. Let me off, please. What is happening right now? I don't... Why is my ping this? Fucking wild, dude. Oh, look, I carry it exactly the same way. I swing it the exactly same way. Okay, then we have that. We have this, right? We throw that. And we run at the enemy. Okay, these are like the most boring animations as is. Like, Greatsword is already boring as is, as you guys can see. Right, like these aren't, there's nothing amazing about this. It's not flashy, there's no effects that happen. You're still rooted in place when you use this, which is like 100 blades should not root you in place. Ever. Okay? Just saying. Like, none of these root me in place. None of these root me in place. 100 blades should not do that. I don't know. I think these could be better animations. I like them better than Link Mail most times. 2, 3, 1. So swipe to the left, swipe to the right, stab, right? Swipe to the left, swipe to the right, and slash up. Is it a slash up? Yeah, but they indicated by like a stab animation. See, there's like a stab animation coming. So even though you're swiping up, you're still stabbing, right? Right, it does the same indicator of the stabbing motion. So you have the same auto attack as on a greatsword, right? So it's just kind of like, I don't know. They could for sure make this look way cooler. And I think, and like I said, if they change that, they change how how fast you apply the charges. I think they should change the way that charges apply. So this is the changes that I would do. Ooh, what does that sign say? That sign says... I have a little cheat sheet here, you guys. It's for my new series of shorts. Hold on. It says... dump here. It says dump here. Yeah, it says dump here. I don't know what that means. Oh, I guess they dump all the things here. Daily reset. Yeah, I know. It happened like 7 minutes ago. I saw it on my screen because all of the stuff on my other character popped up. But yeah, so my changes, I think, again, if they change the sound effects, they change a little bit of, like, they change the animations of how you wield that. Like, maybe do it a one-handed sword. Like, I will say that, like, the Gunbreaker from Final Fantasy is, like, probably what you're looking for, right? Like, one-handed sword with a gun attached to it. Don't make it this. Don't make it another greatsword, right? So change that around. And then the application. So I think that the application of charges, like, or turning flows into charges or whatever, they should have it apply... You know how, like, when I had the elite skill, um like I want that to be I want that to be what, like how fast you apply them regularly, where you like where it does it in a couple of seconds, and then when you use the elite skill, it should be instant. Should be instantly, you should be able to use your dragon trigger, dragon slash. It shouldn't even charge the charges, right? This shouldn't happen. This is way too long, right? This should have already done like it should be like twice the speed of that, in my opinion. I think that would be kind of cool. I think that would already change Dragon or Bladesworn to be a much better spec overall. Like I think that would already like elevate the spec so much. Yeah, Squall. Yeah, I mean like Squall, I guess. I don't know how Gunbreaker works in Final Fantasy 14 and stuff like that, but in that same look, like animation wise, right? Because as far as I've ever seen it, it's a one-handed spec in Final Fantasy 14, right? And like in that game as well. So I you know, I would love to see it that way. Change the sound effects on it, and like I don't know. I think ArenaNet, again, you know, we're talking about expansions without adding elite specializations, right? So we have expansions for coming out for Guild Wars 2 that don't have elite specializations. This was the second one added, and we got new weapons, which was fine. I think some of the weapons from Secrets of the Obscure felt really good. Some are really lackluster, which is fine. You know, it happens. It's all about, you know, it, and I'll get to that in a second. So you have some that are good, some that are bad. I think spears, for the most part, I think most of the spears, like spear skills and stuff, like went like landed pretty well with the community and stuff. But the thing is, they need to tweak, right? So if you're not adding another elite specialization into the game for anyone, for anything, and you're not adding core trade lines, you're not adding on any of those things, then you really need to go ham on making sure that the elite specializations all have a place somewhere somehow, right? Because so many of them don't, right? Because there's so many that outshine others, right? Like they recently, I think, brought Dragon Hunter with the bow, kind of like they brought it up because many people were going for the other one, the new one. What was it called? The one where the dual wielding sword guy. I forgot the name of him. But so many people went with that because it outdid Dragon Hunter, right? And that's the thing. Arena really needs to look at balancing. So you have 3 elite specializations and you're set on that for now, right? You're not adding any more as far as we know, right? As far as we know right now. So they really need to be able to say, okay, we're going to make these each very solid. And that means that they need to look at each of the professions. Because that's one thing they haven't really done. Like warrior changes over the last few updates, over the last like 2 years, have been very lackluster. There has been nothing that's really gone in. Like I said today, like the greatsword changes, the 100 blades is still an awful skill because it roots you in place. No one's gonna use greatsword. Like there's no need for anyone to use greatsword. It's not that good of a weapon to use it, right? So they need to look at things like that. They need to look at the elite specializations, make them all solid options for whatever role they're looking for whatever play style you're looking for, whatever it is. They don't all need to be distinct things, right? Like I get that warrior only concentrates on damage, which is kind of sad, and I really wish like Spellbreaker was a little bit more on like boon distribution more so, I feel like, because it was supposed to be based off of like the Paragon a little bit, right? There was like a lot of influence from the Paragon and these things and whatever, right? And the idea was like, oh, you know, it's based off of the Sun Spears from Guild Wars 1 and stuff, which were all like Paragon and stuff. So, you know, I wish there was a little bit more but it's fine. You know, you're going with damage like Berserker is straight up like Condi damage, and we're going ham on that. We're doing fire damage, we're doing those things, right? It's fine. Spellbreaker has a lot more like interesting tools, but it's like straight up damage, right? And then you have Bladesworn, which is like concentrating on a gun saber, and it's damage based. It's fine, but you can have each of these have a spot if you can make them perform equally, right? But having like Bladesworn be blatantly worse than Berserker, and then just focusing all of your balancing around Berserker, that kind of sucks, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, most of the changes that we've seen for Warrior happen for Berserker. If you look at the balance changes for, like, and I talk about Warrior because I play Warrior, and I've been playing Warrior since I've been maining a Warrior since Path of Fire release, right? Because I love the Spellbreaker spec, and I've been playing Spellbreaker a lot, and I really wanted Bladesworn to be really good, but it ended up not really being that. But I've kind of mained Warrior, so I kind of that's where I'm kind of coming from, because I've just played so many hours of Warrior, you know. But you know, it's like, you know, I've been looking at all of these changes. If you look at these changes over the last couple of years, it's just been all about making changes. What is this guy doing? Oh, is he? Oh, he's doing. Okay, I was like, what is happening? I didn't see that chain. Um, but yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is, like, I want ArenaNet to kind of sit down and really just be like, okay, we need to look at all of the professions equally. And we need to look at all these weapons. Like, I love that they're bringing the staff for Necro. Like, I hope that Necro now has another healing weapon option, right? Like, using the staff. Like, I love the staff because I feel like the staff has been left alone. And like I said, I really wish there was some changes. But, you know, it's like, can't wait to get access to staff on this, and I really like staff. Staff is cool, you know. I think staff is fine, and works and stuff. But you know, I really think that ArenaNet needs to look at some of these things and really need to I don't know, just bring them all up to par, right? Like, that's what balance is all about. Balance is about not tweaking the last thing you just added and keep tweaking it to the point where you, like, you kind of think it's okay, but it's also like looking at everything, right? You want to look at everything. Okay, what is happening here? I'm gonna go ahead and play as a Bladesworn. I could do a Healing Warrior. Is that what I think that's what I was playing. That's what I was playing, yeah. Yeah. So, it's like, I really want Bladesworn to do good. Even if I'm not going to use it, but I want it to have a spot somewhere, you know? Mark the enemies instead of marking the ground. They hit the mark. Yeah, that would be kind of that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I find the marking idea. I find the marking idea really stupid, anyways. Just all, like, having everything be marks is really silly to me. I'm gonna be honest. So. Okay. Maybe 3 staff skills can mark it 5 enemies. Yeah, I think it's too much, right? Like, I think combining some of the marks do and then having other things on it, because it's kind of a boring play style. Just placing marks everywhere is kind of boring to me. Like, I think it could definitely benefit from being updated in some shape or form. Oh. What is this guy doing? What are you doing? Oh god. Oh god. Oh, almost had him. What? Why didn't he use the skill? I was supposed to evade backwards and I didn't. Very upsetting. It's very upsetting that my character decided not to use that skill. It's fine. Guess I canceled myself out. And I like the idea of having like close range and long range on one weapon. I think that's really cool. The idea is really cool of having like, you know, yes, every attack also sends out a shot from the gun. You know, it's cool. I like that. Also, make the shots a little bit smaller. I feel like they're a little big. Some of them, like this looks huge. Oh my god, what the hell, man? Where are these people at? Why is no one pushing? You have 50 fucking people sitting here. This is why World vs. World doesn't work, because people don't understand, like, pushing. Like, it's wild to me. Like, push the people, man. It's like there are way less of them than of us, and we're standing back there like, oh my god, I'm so scared. I can't. Just, no, hold them back. It's like we have like a whole squad of 50 people and no one's pushing. That cracks me up every time I see it. See, the problem also is like, you know, I'm trying to do like dragon trigger, dragon slash, dragon whatever, right? And it takes so long to charge, and I keep getting like everything does knockdown and knockback and all of this stuff, right? Like, yeah, I can apply like 2 stacks of stability. That's immediately stripped off. Like immediately. I can't even do a dragon slash in World vs. World. In PvE, obviously I can get it off, but yeah, it's not. Where's the commander? Why is the commander? Why? I'm running away. Commander isn't here. It's probably not even an open squad. Oh, it is an open squad. Interesting. Oh, no one's in the squad. No wonder. This commander doesn't even have anyone in the squad. What the hell is that? Who just poisoned me from like forever, far away to the point where I can't move? So yeah, I don't know. That's the kind of changes that I would like to see for Bladesworn. I think Bladesworn has the potential to be actually really, really good. It just needs some tweaking, you know. It doesn't need an overhaul. Like, I think many of the trades work really well together, and like the idea is really good, and I love the idea of like changing Dragon Slash to what you need it to be and stuff. Like, I don't know, it's cool overall, you know. It just needs some tweaking. Like, I can't even find an opportunity to use my Dragon Slash because I know I'm gonna get kicked out of it, right? Like, because in PvP and World vs. World, it doesn't even do any damage. So no one's going to be playing this in PvP and World vs. World. No one's going to. And I'm down. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good for world versus world in PvP. It's really not. Which is fine. Like I said, I'm speaking from PvE anyways. I don't know how world versus world PvP, you know, I don't know any of that stuff. But yeah, to have it work in PvE, I think those are some changes. Wow, I have an invisible sword. Like I could probably even, I mean, I can solo those anyways. This thing is really annoying. I wonder if I can solo. I wonder how well I do against a champion in ore. Because the champion of an ore do like a ton of damage. Ooh, sorry about that. Jesus. Just, I don't know. Sneezing. Oops, that is not even. Why did I use that? Really? There's rifts on this map? I did not even mean to do that. I wanted to summon this and it was the wrong one. Oh god, that does so much damage. How much damage did I do? Did I even do any damage there? What happened there? I don't know what happened there. There we go. That's some damage. See, because this is the thing. I can't even use Dragon Slash that often anyways. So, it's... Whoa. Yeah, if this was like a little bit faster... Is she like... Okay, I guess she bugged out. I don't know what happened there. But... Yeah, so... Hi, Emily. I'm doing well. How are you? So yeah, I don't know. I think if they tweaked it a little bit... Like I said, I love the idea of Blade Sworn. I really do, man. I want it to be a good spec, but... The way that it is right now... I don't know. I don't know why I'm stuck on this right now, but... Ah, I can't reach it. How far is that reach? I don't know. I want to look at something. So this is incoming healing increased. Healing yourself increases flow. Movement skills grant swiftness increase. Swapping weapons strikes all nearby enemies. So if I do this, this is a movement skill, right? Like that's the only one I have though, right? 10,000. That's a movement skill, I guess. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. These options, they might change these a little bit. Or perhaps if I do something that actually Heal yourself and gain stability, and it breaks stun. I feel like there's some kind of synergy that I'm looking for here, where I can get more flow, like healing myself. What do I have that heals myself except for this? After 5 seconds, you gain all of this stuff, right? You're healed again. Oh, you're healed again. Okay, so you get healed twice. There's a 5-second cooldown. So wait, does that give me flow twice then? It gives me flow one time. And then when this expires, does it give me flow again? It does not. Oh, come on. What? So it's perfectly built not to work. They should either then lower this to 4 or lower this to 4 seconds or lower this to 4 seconds. Lower one of the two to 4 seconds. Just so you could build off of that. So you can build off of reverse flow. Heals you for percentage of the damage dealt. Gain protection when you convert flow into charges. Dragon Shot becomes unblockable when it goes. Gain might whenever you convert flow. So being unblockable and ignoring blindness is actually really nice. Lower maximum charge level and consumes more flow per charge, but its damage per charge is increased. Grant boons to nearby allies when you use the Dragon Slash. Yeah, still kind of feels weird to me. Are you guys kidding me? Get out of here. You guys are so weak. So, Sickness grant castle when you string below the health threshold. You immobilize or disable a foe. That's disabling a foe, right? But I wonder if that's better. First skills inflict on vulnerability. Versus, just so you guys know, this is one of the skills that they had moved over. So this used to be a minor trade. That's why it has the actual, see how it's like, they're like hexagons. This is a hexagon, as you guys can see. This used to be a minor skill. I don't know where it came. I don't know if it was in this line or if it was in a different line, but they never changed the icon for it. So it's not a square icon, it's actually a hexagon icon, which I think it's the only of its kind that looks like that. Using the first round of ammo reduces the recharge. Yeah, but I don't know. I use a lot of them anyway, so it's fine. Critical strike. Double these bonuses. Some poses inflict weakness. Heal increased strike damage if you use a physical skill. "15 seconds. Ferocity. So that's definitely needed there. Ooh, I know which enemy I can try this out on. This guy. Hello. So just trying to find a build that's good on Bladesworn and that feels maybe better. See, it just takes so long, but then I do a ton of damage. But yeah, it just takes so long to charge that up. Like I said, if you increase this to like 10 seconds, but you lower this you lower the charge flow to charge and make it as quick as that, that would probably be really good. It would feel really good. Because you can only use it so often anyways. So yeah, I don't know. That's kind of the changes that I would make there. Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty much it. I don't know if there was like anything else that I really wanted to... They seem good. So the changes themselves, and I had them pulled up here. Let me see if I can pull them up again. Still have them up. So I went through these changes, and they seem pretty good. I mean, I like the idea of what we're looking at. I mean, you know, I compared it with something like, you know, I was looking at like freezing gust and all of these like terrible skills that are on the focus, you know, and I kind of looked at like, okay, so we keep tweaking the hammer that we got last expansion instead of looking at older weapons that don't, you know, like just a power coefficient increase of like 0.075 on Steam Strike. Is that really gonna make a huge difference? Right? Like I sit there and I kind of question that. It's like, is that gonna make a big difference? Is this what we've come down to, where the weapons are all so evenly balanced that we need to tweak it by one skill by 0.075 in the power coefficient department? Like, you know, here 0.3 I can kind of see, okay, there's some changes there, right? But like some of these changes, I mean, these are minuscule, right? 0.09, right? Like I look at some of that stuff and it's weird. The blinding ash is definitely gonna get, we looked at that, the blinding ash, which is now Inferno, is gonna get it's definitely gonna get nerfed, because the way that it scales off of power apparently is insane. I heard that there's rumors that you can, on a fully like perfect rotation and you do like great equipment and stuff, you can do like 80k damage on it right now, because it will straight up, burning will scale off of power. So if you have a power set and use a condition damage weapon on it, you all of a sudden do like a ton of damage. So it's great. I like the idea behind this. Again, I talked about this a lot. I love the idea of having like conditions do something to like do traits interact with like weapon skills and conditions in different ways, like have the different systems increase or like kind of interact with each other and do a lot of different things. So I love the idea of Inferno. I didn't look at any of these because I know nothing about Engineer. I might have to look into Engineer because I don't know anything about it. This seems fine. Ray of Judgment is interesting. It's now ground targeted and stuff. It's fine. Greatsword changes. I don't think this is gonna bring Greatsword to the front. Line of Warding was good. I think I like the cast time, because the 1 second cast time was always so annoying. And I remember one time I was playing Guardian, and I remember just saying like, please lower the cast time of this weapon by just like a little bit, or of the skill, because anytime I wanted to use it, I couldn't do it. But the new cast time of 0.4 seconds, it's weird. It says 0.4 seconds. I don't know if there's a bug going on, but when I went on my Guardian, it says 1/4 of a second. So that's a lot less than 0.4 of a second. It literally says 1/4. So I don't know if it's just the way that the UI can't display 1/4 of a second. Not 1/4 of a second. 0.4 of a second. But it's showing 1/4 of a second, which is 0.25 in game, but it's saying here 0.4. So I don't know if there's some kind of like, I don't know if it's a bug or what. These changes are good. They kind of swapped around what these do, and that kind of works because of their actual identity. The Shield of Avenger is pretty good. We looked at some of these things. Nothing too great on the Mesmer. Chaos Vortex, they kind of buffed it, but I don't understand it, because when we looked at it earlier, increase the player condition duration and increase the radius, which is fine. But then, oh no, that wasn't it. It wasn't Chaos Vortex. It was Mirage Mantle. It says this trait has been reworked. It now causes ambush skills to grant boons to nearby allies. It was always doing that. So I don't know what they mean by that. I don't know. It hasn't changed. Like there's no description of it, so I don't really know what it means. Apparently Mirage now has a clone shatter build that you can do with Dune Cloak because it reduces the cooldown of Mind Rack and Cry of Frustration. Whenever you gain Mirage Cloak, which is, you know, anytime you dodge, you can get it, right? So that's good. The transfusion changes are kind of nice. I don't know how well they translate into like a healing build. I didn't really even play any of this. I don't think any of this is significant. Lich form is kind of, I guess, now a Shout Reaper could have this as an option, maybe on using it as a thing. The blights, I think out of all of these, the most significant thing is the blight thing, the Harbinger, where it's now they pretty much at max blight stacks, Harbingers in PvE now get an extra 12.5%. So the negative health before on a max stack was 37.5%, and it's now down to 25%. So when you have max stacks of blight in PvE, you now get, technically you get an extra 12.5% health. So that's pretty decent on a profession that kind of deals with that anyways. So it's kind of nice. Ranger changes, I didn't really look at any of these. I don't know. They changed what Torch does. I don't know if this is significant or not. Yeah, I don't think any of these are weird. I don't know if any of these are significant, really. I'm not sure. I don't really play Untamed or Soul Beast, really, anyways, so I don't know. Here, I liked some of these changes on here. You know, we're getting a lot more Dark Aura, which is really nice. Dark Aura was never really accessible at all, so that's nice. Again, I kind of talked about how there was like, there's no like synergy between the different lines in Revenant because they're all supposed to do their own thing. So when you swap legends, you swap from like one specific core thing that you do. Like if you're in Corruption and you do Malix, right? You're all about increasing torment and chilling with tormenting when you apply chill and like all this stuff, right? And it's all built off of that. And then you swap over to something like Kala, which is all about like burning and bleeding, and it kind of takes the identity away. So I have like fundamentally I have issues with Revenant, right? Like I talk about the energy thing. There's so many different disconnected parts of Revenant that I don't like, and it's just, you know, I don't know. So, but I like Dark Aura coming into the game more. It's nice for sure. You can now do Alacrity as Vindicator, which I guess is nice for heal Vindicators. They're gonna like that. Again, Thief changes, not bad. Again, I like the idea where we're going with these, right? Like I like the idea of where we're going with the chained balance patches, right? Because again, we have another trait that changes what certain skills do. I always love I love that interaction, right? I love when a trait interacts with some kind of other system. I hate when they're just like, yeah, you take this trait and you get, you get like 25% more of this, or you get like 5% more damage. And then if you do like another thing, maybe you get like another 5%, right? Like, I want like this type of stuff, right? Where like, okay, I'm taking Shade Step, and then now I'm augmenting my whole shroud to be a healing shroud, right? Like the Shade Step was the healing Grandmaster that provided Alacrity for the Spectre. It now also augments the Shadow Shroud with a bunch of like healing. There's regeneration, alacrity, protection, Aegis, healing, right? Like on all of these things. So that's really, really nice, right? Like I like that. That's really cool. Warrior again has kind of been left behind. I kind of talked about Bladesworn. I would love to see some animation changes on the Bladesworn, some sound changes, and then the way that Dragon Slash kind of works. I don't think any of these changes are that significant. I like the only weapon change we saw on the on the greatsword is 100 blades, and it just increased by the power coefficient by 0.2, and then by 0.29 here, right, on the final strike. But it still roots you in place. The rest of the kit is still bad. So it's like, where does this change? Like, what are they think? What is the philosophy behind each of the individual changes, right? Like, I don't think that this really makes a difference at all, right? Bladesword is receiving changes focused on improving quality of life for the thing. Yeah, there is some quality of life, but it needs some more significant changes to be good, right? Spellbreaker isn't mentioned at all. Many a times, Spellbreaker doesn't even get mentioned. So, like I said, so I like the idea that what they're going for, right? I like what they're going for here. They're changing what skills do, right? They're fundamentally changing what skills do, and they're like, you know, really looking at, you know, having different systems interact with each other, bringing certain elements to the forefront of the gameplay, right? I like the ideas on all of these things, but they kind of need to go a step further, right? Because it's always like I think the Revenant changes are so small that there's not even like a big, like, this being the change every 4 months, 3 to 4 months, like, it's just not significant enough for individual professions. Like, yes, overall it looks great, right? We're changing how a whole weapon works on Necromancer, right? We're changing all of these tweaks on an Elementalist weapon, right? We're increasing the damage on all of that, right? We're changing how, again, here is another interaction. I love this, right? Like, Soothing Disruption now interacts with cantrips in a lot of different ways. I love that. I think it's a great idea, right? Elemental Bastion. Heal allies you grant an aura to, but it also grants alacrity now in PvE, right? Like, this is great. I love these changes, but they just need to kind of go a little bit bigger with that, right? The door stands to synergize with corruption if your core rev. But that's the thing, it's like, but that's not what it's, and that's exactly the thing, is like, they wanted to give each of the lines a specific identity, but then it doesn't really, like, build off of one another. Like, none of the lines really build off of another, because the dwarf line for Revenant deals with protection and weakness and like that type of stuff, like damage mitigation, stability, right? That's what it deals with, right? Then you have the assassin line, which deals with, you know, and I'm naming all, like, these are all the wrong names, right? I actually want to pull up Revenant because now I feel really stupid. Where's Revenant? I went by it. Whatever. So corruption, right? And you can even see it right here. So you can even look at this, right? So like each line focuses, but then in the core of the profession, you have that you want to swap between these different stances, right? And it doesn't really work, in my opinion. It really doesn't. Like I said, if they had what the Trident has underwater, where depending on which stance you're in, the weapon abilities do something different, that would work, right? That would kind of work. I could totally see that kind of like being able to build off of one another. But here it doesn't really, like, you focus on invoking torment, improving damaging conditions, and gaining resistance. Then you have retribution, which focuses on reducing incoming damage, endurance recovery, and inflicting weakness. May enhance dodging. Focus on healing, right? Focus on invoking legends and improving fury, right? But nothing really where it's like outgoing damage. Like, you can even, as you read through it, all of the lines do their own thing, but then you want to swap between the two of them. And specifically, I think the biggest one is the legendary demon stance, because it simply has as the very last line, invoking torment, right? Which, like, that's the corruption line, like, where invoking torment is like the main thing. And that kind of, I don't know, it's just weird. It's just overall it's really weird. I think the idea, the like the positive is in the sense of where I understand where they're coming from. Finally we're getting balance updates that are not just focused on what they did at the very start here, right? When you look back at the majority of the balance patches from the last like 2-3 years, this is the majority of stuff that you would see. You would see power coefficient, lower it on this, up it on this, lower it on this, up it on this, lower it on this, up it on this, and then maybe be like, okay, this skill now removes 3 conditions in addition, and then this skill now we lowered the cooldown, and then we increased the cooldown on this, and then we lowered what this does, and we upped it where where they would be like, instead of doing 2 stacks of bleeding for 6 seconds, you now do 1 stack of bleeding for 12 seconds or whatever, right? And it's just like, what? Okay, cool, whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this isn't gonna change the way that I play the game, right? Like, I'm still gonna use that skill if I have a build that's dependent on that, right? So it's nice to finally see those big changes where we have interactive systems, right? Because that is one thing that Guild Wars 2 does really well, right? There's the weapon skills and the utility skills and all of these different things. They all interact really well with another, but over so many years that's kind of been left behind, and I haven't really looked at that. And now that they're looking at that, I really like it. I can't wait to see what they're gonna do next. I really want to see some more significant changes in that way. I really want to see each of the elite specializations kind of brought up. Like I said, Blade Sworn. I like the Harbinger changes. I think Harbinger hasn't seen, like, we saw one single change this time, right? Which is this. But I like where they're going with it, right? Because this is a huge quality of life improvement for Harbingers in PvE, right? Like, I think this is really, really good. But that's the only change that we have for Harbingers. These are the only changes in Necromancer. We have nothing that's specific on any of the other elite specializations. Like, to me, the way that I look at that is like, that tells me that ArenaNet thinks all of the elite specializations on Necromancer are just fine. Which is good, and that could be true, right? But like, when I look at all of them, I'm like, I don't see the significant changes that I really want to see. I feel like these aren't significant enough. I like the idea where we're going with this, right? We're bringing Shadow, like the whole Shadow line is kind of being brought up here, which is nice, with Dark Aura and Protection, and when you steal, gaining Dark Aura heals nearby allies. So I see what they're doing here, right? I see what they're doing with it. I just wanted to go further, a step. I know Burn is the strongest Conning game, and that's the thing with a lot of those. I feel like, I don't know. I like the specs that kind of go with something else. Like, I don't know, Torment is fine and all. Like, I really wish Thief would focus, like, I wish Spectre would focus on Poison rather than Torment. I don't know, I just, yeah, I don't know on that part, gotta say. They did, so another thing we kind of talked about, they did a bunch of they're fixing all of these things. There's a lot of fixes in here, right? But I talked about this. So if you take out all the ones that are Janthier specific, Janthier and Cryptus, and like all of the stuff like that are very specific to the last 2 expansions, it's all Ascalonian changes, right? So right here, for example, we have the Crumbling Wall in Plains of Ashford. Black Citadel, which is in Ashford, right? Pon Pony Shiny Teeth, which is in Ascalon, right? Rendak the Crazed is in Ascalon. Deliver Water, this is in Ascalon, right? And then we have Titan Spawn, and then we have Bavanisos, Janthia Wells, like Stallion, right? Southlong, Mirror Network, Bavanisos, right? Bavanisos, all of the Bavanisos changes, which is fine. I get it, right? Like, totally is fine. You know, these are all changes to the new map. And then we go right here, and then we get this. And it's like, okay, Diasa Plateau, we're back in Ascalon, right? Kennel Master in Iron Marches, that's Ascalon, right? And then we're back to Bavanisos, 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 Jansu Sentry, Lowland Shore, Bavanisos, right? Like, it's so weird. All the general fixes are Bavanisos, Secrets of the Obscure, or Ascalon region stuff. So strange to me. Really, really weird. This trade now causes Caliper to increase outgoing healing effectiveness and reducing incoming condition damage. Was that under Rev? I didn't even look at that. So this is a healing now. The trade now causes to increase outgoing healing. So it's weird. Renegade is not a healing spec, right? Like, it's so weird, but I guess I get the idea. Outgoing damage. I love that it's called Vindication on the Renegade. So I don't know. I guess they're trying to build synergy between the healing, like between the Druid, not the Druid line. What is it called? You know, the one that has the healing one on Revenant. I don't know any of the names. I guess they're building some kind of synergy there, but it's weird because none of the other ones deal with healing. I mean, maybe grant protection to nearby allies. I guess there's something there, right? Grant protection. And grants boons. Evading attack inspires you and grants boons. Rot, Iron Will, Resolution, and Regeneration to nearby allies. I mean, I get it, right? I kind of get that. I kind of do get it. So I see they're kind of trying to build like the bottom line of it. They're trying to make like a heal boon thing. So that's kind of nice to see. Kala seems like a random, weird. That it seems really random though, because I feel like we do have something that kind of goes with another healing, right? Like we already have, what is it? Herald, which is kind of healy, right? So there's already synergy there because the regeneration heals for more. Again, gain regeneration, apply a boon. Concentration is increased, right? This is all about boons. So it's kind of weird to have that be kind of in there. So needs to do like another Condi revamp, maybe add new unique Condis the way ESO does it. No, they don't need to add anymore. They've already taken all the unique things away, and they definitely like the thing is ArenaNet doesn't need to add anything new into the game because ArenaNet is already having issues balancing the game that it is, okay, at the way that it is right now. If you're adding more conditions into the game, it's gonna throw everything off. So I completely disagree with that. Took away reduced Condi damage from healing skill on Kala. Now this was totally unique buff to Ref, and it's gone for months. This is why I hate fuck up something. Can't combine Renegade and Herald. Well, and that's the thing, right? But if you're looking at core, right? If you're looking at core, salvation is the healing, right? This is all about healing, which is a core, right? Which deals with Ventari and healing and all of this stuff, right? You heal, healing done to others is increased, healing power, concentration, grant protection, barrier, unique boons, right? For each unique boon, increased healing to others, applies boon in an area, right? Heal others around you, grant endurance, right? Like it's all about healing, right? And so now you can choose, do I want to do Herald and have that as my healing thing, or am I going to do Renegade? But it's just weird because I feel like, why Renegade, right? Like it's weird because they're looking at Revenant and they're making each of the elite specializations have a healing thing, right? Because we have, like, that's the thing though. If you want to build a healer, you can also do a Vindicator, right? There's already healing on Vindicator, so I kind of agree that putting healing on Renegade is just bad. It's just bad. It really shouldn't be there. There really shouldn't be healing and stuff like that. They should just go like, I don't know, maybe really build synergy with corruption, right? Like maybe build like some kind of like where I could maybe see like where like Kala's fervor, like anytime you gain Kala's fervor, you inflict torment on a target around you or something. I don't know, like do something that kind of builds synergy with the only other Condi line that they have. Right? They don't have another Condi line. They really don't. There's like nothing really that focuses on Condi. So I don't know. I really feel like Renegade should kind of build more synergy rather than building synergy with healing. They should really build synergy with corruption, which deals with chilling, condition, poison burning a little bit there, you know, torment mostly, right? Like that's what I would like to see. Ranger, everything unique to class is slowly gone, but what if it did frost on water element, bleed poison on earth? It shock and fire does burn, could even disguise it. No, I hate it. I hate everything about it because balance would be a fucking nightmare. I hate that entire idea. Because that would just be such a nightmare. Like, I think Elementalist for them is already such a nightmare to balance, and you would just create so much more, like, that would just be so chaotic. Yeah, Renegade should replace the bleed with Torment. Yeah, I think, you know what? I think that would be fine. I think that would be fine, and just kind of double down on Torment. I mean, I just really, I don't know. I really don't. I don't know what they're trying to do with Renegade, right? Like, it's just so weird to me because it like tries to be like a Condi thing, but now they're trying to do like so many other things with it, where it's like, oh, healing, and we're gonna do some protection, and we're gonna do some like, you know, I don't know. It's weird. Like, I'm like, okay. You know, and then you have like more might per stack, right? So then there's also like, oh, we want to do base just core damage, like power damage, not just Condi damage with it. And it's like, you can't do everything, right? With like every elite specialization, right? Like you kind of have to like pick and choose some of the things that might not happen, right? Or like 3 bleed stacks converts to torment, something like that, right? Like, build some kind of synergy with the other Condi line. I feel like the Condi line, corruption doesn't have any synergy at all with any other line, really. And I just, you know, and if you're gonna make invoking torment like the Grandmaster thing, where it forces you to swap, like this literally forces you to swap legends, but you have no other legends that deals with exactly that. It's just weird to me. So it's a weird thing. Revenant isn't a weird plays in general, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't necessarily disagree. Well, yeah, I mean, having one thing do everything is kind of annoying. I will agree on that, but it's just like with healing ministers, I want them to do damage as well. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. There needs to be more. Like I said, if we have more trait interactions, like we have with, you know, when we looked at like the Mirage, right, where it's like, oh, okay, you select this trait, and now your ambush skills now do other things. Right, like, and that would be really, really cool. And like, we have, for example, like the Guardian has something like that built in, for example, right, where they have the opportunity to do different things with the Revenant, even if you're using a specific weapon set that's maybe designed to do a specific thing, you can still augment it with traits that interact with your weapon skills that do different things, because you have symbols, right? And so you have a trait that makes your symbols heal and last longer, right? So then you all of a sudden add like a little bit of healing in there, right? And then you also have like already built in, you have like different traits already like in the kit of Guardian, that like Guardian gets to do everything because it has access to all of the things at all times, you know? And so it's kind of crazy. Warrior banners, ranger spears, rev assassin's presence. Yeah, they took those out a long time ago. Like Warhorn for ranger is not a healing weapon, but you see healers use it a lot because it blasts the combo field. Well, and it interacts with the line that deals with healing, right? Like it's not just necessarily that it blasts that, but it also it interacts with like the actual line on ranger. You know, when we look at the trade list or whatever, and it's what is it, nature magic, right? Like didn't it used to? Maybe it doesn't anymore. Right here, right? So you see the Warhorn being used on healers because it interacts with that line, right? So it's not necessarily about the blasting part of it, but it has synergy with a specific line that it has, right? But, you know, I don't know if I like that or not. I think it's fine. So there, you know, and then that's the nice part. It has some synergy with it. So with the healing, you know, what they tried to do here, where they went with like, you know, they tried to do the bottom line Condi damage. I like that idea. I like that idea because Druid doesn't necessarily just need to be a healing spec, and it's been a healing spec for a long time. You know, I healing and damage, right? But you don't want to do too much of it because you don't want to have like healing and damage and boons and power damage and like, you know, Condi damage and power damage. You don't want to do too much of it, right? You want to have a variety in each of your elite specializations. You want them to be used in, you know, you want them to be used in that way, but it's DPS that interacts with healing. Yeah, I mean, it's not. Is it a DPS weapon though? I don't know if it's really a DPS weapon. Days weaken nearby enemies. It grants boons. I mean, I guess it is damage. Yeah, it does vulnerability and yeah. So you're right. I guess it is a damage weapon. I don't know. I just want to see more synergies. I want traits to change what weapon skills does. That's the main. I think when I go to the crux of what I want to see is what I want to see. Right? Like, so when I look at the Windborn notes, for example, grant nearby allies regeneration when you use Warhorn skills. That's nice. Heal allies when you grant them regeneration. That's nice. Okay, so that's healing. What I would like to see is also changes what the skill does. What the skill Hunter's Call does. So that now becomes a healing skill, where you now have, instead of the birds attacking an enemy, you now have that they come down and they heal your friendlies or something, like 3 people around you or something, right? Like, change it to the point where I'm like, okay, I'm selecting this because I'm a healer, but it also changes what the weapon does itself, right? Like, and that's the kind of interactions that I want to see, because I feel like then you can kind of leave what the base core weapons do, leave it alone, and just kind of tweak it to what you're trying to like make happen, I guess, in a way. The Druid staff is actually pretty good, decent at DPS if you build for it, almost as good as longbow. And like Druid staff or Mesmer rifle also interact with doing damage, and that's where I was going with that, right? Because you talked about like, well, you know, I want to be able to use rifle on Mesmer to do damage, and that's exactly what it could do, right? You could have a trade in one of the damaging lines for Mesmer, a Grandmaster that changes what the whole kit does, or changes what a couple of them do, or whatever, right? You don't have to change everything, but you know, instead of like applying a boon, it now does damage, right? It just it you know, it doesn't apply. Like, they could have a trade in Mesmer, and in a Mesmer Grand line, what, like dueling or whatever is like the main line. So they could have like they could have a line in dueling, and the Grandmaster like a Grandmaster trade that's like, all of your rifle skills, like, you know, don't apply boons anymore, but do increase damage. So you take all of the boons out, the blue boon application, and you just do more damage with it, right? And there's still a little bit of healing in there, right? Like, you cause like straight up healing. It's not all boons, but you now take away the like having a healing focus weapon, and you just do more damage on all your weapon skills, right? Something as simple as that, right, could like change what a whole weapon does. It doesn't have to be a whole long, like, okay, it does this and this and this, and it changes this and this. It's just simple, like, no more boon applications, and you now just do more damage. Boom, the end. And then you now have created another damage dealing weapon that was originally a healing weapon, right? Without really tweaking anything about the weapon. Something like that. That's the kind of stuff that I want to see for the future, right? Like, that's the kind of stuff that I would love to see in the future when looking at balance. Because like I said, we're not seeing any new elite specializations added, so it's a matter of like changing the functionalities of what you already have in game instead of just tweaking the numbers on it, right? Like, just tweaking the numbers on stuff, you know, that's not enough. You know, you gotta have other things in there, you know, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it takes to make a game. I've never made a game in my life. I don't know. But yeah, then we also have Ascalon changes. There's so many Ascalon changes in the game now, which is kind of crazy. It kind of makes me think, like, what's going on in Ascalon? That we're doing changes around here. Look at all these new people. But yeah, so I don't know. Wow, look at that burn. That burn is so strong now. Oh my god, Jesus. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, look at that floaty MOA right here. Jeez. I mean, I know I'm in a level 25 area, but holy crap. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. You guys can just tell me if I'm crazy. I don't have all of the things. It kind of makes me want to go to Hero Marches. So yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I like where we're slowly moving with the balance. It's not just about power coefficients and stuff like that. If ArenaNet can kind of go with that and kind of make it go a little more on the crazy side, I think it would be really nice. Like, look at this burning. 13,000. Like, I already have burning duration all the way up, don't I? Where do I see this again? There's a 90% on burning. That's pretty good. But I mean, like, look at how quickly I defeat these enemies. Like, these are level 80 enemies, and I'm just like, within 2 attacks, they're gone. Crazy to me. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I started playing, speaking of like fire damage and stuff, I started playing New World again a little bit last night. I actually like that game. I do enjoy the combat in that game and stuff. I made a new character, like a fire staff. Started using a fire staff. It's actually really fun. So, and they've done some, they've tweaked the starting, like the intro to the game. So it's actually like, it's very different now. Like very different from its original, like, because I played the alpha and it's very different to the alpha. I'll tell you that. But it's good. It's definitely good. I don't know. I just, apparently they're really slow to releasing any type of content, which I guess is kind of unfortunate. Like, a lot of people are just kind of like, are they ever releasing like anything ever? Oh God. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna just finish off the stream. Let's play a little Ballchinko. Is that what it's called? Ballionaire. I don't know where I got Ballchinko from. Play some Ballionaire, you guys. I don't know if I still have that up one. Yeah, I'm just gonna play a round of that, and then I'm gonna head out. Ballionaire. It's so little. I have it like on a smaller frame now. So they actually updated it. I think that should be all in frame. It's not. Oops, I did it too much. There we go. That's it. All right, so they actually had an update to it, just so you guys know. So the update, they added a new track, and they added a bunch of different new balls to it and stuff. You can kind of see there's like a or not balls, triggers. So they have like a bamboo one, they have like a little airplane one, they have a cannon one. So I've been playing a lot of this because it's really funny. So I'm gonna do random. I'm gonna do Ballionaire ++, which is like the hardest difficulty. It's super tough to go through, but the sewer is cool because okay. All right, so okay, I'm gonna place it right in the middle, and then so the scarecrow is new, up to X times per drop when a trigger is destroyed. Okay, I'm gonna take that. I don't know if I'm gonna have any. The juggler, I believe, is new as well. So the juggler is pretty good. I'm gonna stick that up here. So the juggler every second earns 25. If you bonk it, you don't get any more for 30 seconds. But if you place a juggler adjacent, it stacks. For each stack, you get 25. So if you keep stacking that, you can get a lot. So it's really good. But the cool part about this particular level is that these pipes will connect to these pipes. So you actually have a longer field. The problem is, I think it's random on what, like, you enter this pipe and you don't come out this pipe. You come out like any random pipe. So you can't really ever, like, we'll see if that's true. I think that's how it works. So it went in there, you know, it came out of this one. So you don't really, like, you don't really get to, the barbell is new too. Earn 200 per stack. So again, this is another stackable one. Give the ball muscles, which do an additional damage per barbell. So I want to put that in. Because we have, we're kind of dealing with Scarecrow, which has like destruction. So I'm gonna try to like destroy stuff. The cool part about this level is that you can have 2 separate setups, which is kind of hard to do in some of the different levels. So here I can have, like, this whole side could be set up for like destruction and the bomb goblins or whatever they're called, right? And then this side could be set up for something completely different. And that's the cool part about this level. So you can have like 2 separate setups. Because in other levels, if you do the pyramid and stuff, it's really hard to do that because the ball just drops from the top down, and then you can't really like build different things. I mean, you could like half and half it or something, but it's really nice that you have like distinct things here, right? So right now obviously there's nothing going on, but later on when I have like all of these things full. So see, the caterpillar isn't bad. The problem is not having it get bonked. So I'm gonna place it over here. So if for 5 turns this doesn't get bonked, I get a butterfly, which every round will go upwards, and it'll go through the whole level from the bottom if I don't hit the caterpillar in 5 turns. It's nice early on. Later on, caterpillar is so useless because you're gonna hit it anyways. Okay, so we got another juggler. You can place it here, and it's now a stack. So now you guys can see I get 50 every second for the whole drop. Don't hit that caterpillar. Leave that caterpillar. I get in a barbell. Boom. We're gonna stack the barbell. So per stack we get. Okay, no, we went over there. No, stay away from the caterpillar. Okay. Credit card or anchor. Credit card is always nice. I really enjoy credit card gameplay. The problem here is that, so I tried to do like the credit card and the piggy bank setup is really nice when you do it on this side. The problem is, the last time I did it, I would do it right up here so that I could have all these other things underneath and then the piggy banks on the bottom. Problem is that if you have these right here and you run out of charges, it turns into the credit card bill that you can see down there. And the credit card bill absorbs the ball when it drops. So the way that would work, I would have all these credit card up here, and when they turn to the credit card bills, anytime there was a ball that dropped through here, the credit card bills would just absorb the ball. So I'm gonna kind of pass on that for now. Maybe I'll do it later. I don't know what I'm gonna set up now. I wanted to do a plant setup at some point where you get all. Oh, okay. All right, we made it. So we had to do 2,000. We did 3,000. So we're doing good. Pinball. Pinballs are always really nice. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set it right here. Ooh, whenever a ball is spawned, whenever a limited trigger consumes a charge, spawn a ghost. I think I'm gonna do the receipt. The receipt is nice. Okay, so we got the butterfly. So you guys will see. So now you can bonk this. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. But now what's gonna happen? Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna place this here. So if you bonk it from below, it spawns a coin ball, which then gives me 800 based off of this. Okay? And this spawns a butterfly, meaning I get 800 from that. If this butterfly hits this from below, I get 200 plus a coin ball, which is 800. So I get 1,000 right there. So there's synergy there, right? So now I have 2 balls that go around, which is kind of nice. And it didn't hit it. That's okay. But I can still hit other things on the way up, right? So, boom, right there. Okay. Firecracker is nice. Cave is nice. I'm gonna do the cave. One day I had a whole cave thing that went all the way down, like actually was on this side. It went like all the way down, and I made so much money off of caves. You guys have no idea. Oh, okay. See, I hate this. This right here, I'm disliking a lot because I want both of these. All right, I'm gonna put a piggy bank here. So if this coin ball, if I do spawn this coin ball, which I didn't, but if you do happen to spawn a coin ball, and it falls in there, then we're building synergy there. We'll do jump rope. Okay, so we got 10,000. We're good. It's gonna get way more complicated. Oh no! Get to the piggy bank, you crazy! That's okay. Oh, stop gaming. Okay, so there we go. This is what I'm looking to use here. So I'm gonna use this. The sound is like, is the sound just really low? I have it all the way up. Weird. Turn it up a little bit. Ooh, cannon. Cannon is so good. So cannon, whenever you have a ball interact with it, it shoots out a cannonball in a specific direction. But if it's bonked by a fireball, it does it 3 times, right? So there's synergy because you hit it, and again, we get receipts, so we get 800 there. And there's synergy to the bomb goblin because if you have it pointing right at the bomb goblin, it's gonna shoot right at it. I don't know. I'm gonna place it here and have it point it right at the bomb goblin. Okay, so if this gets hit, it'll shoot right at the bomb goblin. If it gets hit, it probably won't get hit, but that's okay. Oh, okay, that's fine. It's okay, it'll happen. Well, it'll get a lot crazier. Ooh, okay. Bonk from below, earn 200 has... Okay, so I might do that just because... when a ball defeats an attackable, that ball teleports back to its spawn location. When a trigger is destroyed, earn 800 and spawn a ghost ball. So this is nice because when you destroy the bomb goblin, you get 800, and then you spawn a ghost ball, which again has a synergy with this, which gives me then 800. So that's what I'm gonna go for. So it's all about like kind of building off of each other. Ooh, yeah, look at that, nice. Oh, and it doesn't. Oh, that kind of sucks. That's not good. I don't like the jumbo jet. I don't know why I even have it in there. That's not good what I have there. So I was hoping... See, I didn't do that smart. So the thing is with the cannonball on this level, if I had placed it here, which would have been much smarter for me to do, it would shoot a cannonball over. And I had it one day, I had a cannon like over here or something, and I had to point it like over here, and it would actually shoot to the other side, and it could hit triggers on this side as well. So that wasn't smart on my part. That wasn't smart to place that there, and I can only remove it, I can't move it. Unfortunately. But it hits this, so I'm okay with that. Another barbell, I guess we can do this, right? So, because the thing is, if the ball hits this, it does 1 additional damage per barbell. Meaning that I do 4 damage. If the ball hits this now and hits this, I will kill the bomb goblin, which is super nice. It didn't do that, but that's okay. Alright. Ooh. I think I want to do credit card like down here. 'Cause again, so this, oh my god, do you guys see? It was hit by a fireball. By multiple fireballs, I'm pretty sure. But do you guys see the synergy that just happened? Because all these balls spawned, I made so much money. So the balloon is like a butterfly, but it needs to be bonked in order to happen. This is good right here. If I do this. So the coin balls, right? This spawns coin balls, this spawns coin balls. They get deposited into the piggy bank. But this will make it, if a holder, which is this, like if there's a, because they will take a ball that runs by the minecart, will take the minecart. It'll carry the minecart with it. And if it hits a holder and does a deposit, it doesn't do just one, it deposits two. So if it gets that, see, and I got two. So now I got two in my piggy bank, which is already fantastic. So we're building fun stuff, you guys. All right, cool. Radiator. I guess we could do radiator. I could do radiator right here. That's fine. Which turns like fireballs into water balls and water balls into fireballs, and it's a whole thing. I don't really have any water balls. You know, whatever. I'm gonna try to leave this empty for these stacks so I can maybe build off of these. Another barbell, always great to see, because if that hits it, you know, and it goes into that. Oh, see that? Nice. And this keeps building up. So as you guys can see, I'm already making way more money. The problem is that this is the highest difficulty, which means that it's gonna go way up, right? By the time that I get to like tribute 8, 9, 10, I need to earn like 1.2 million. And it's kind of crazy. Ooh, these are both really good. When you the first time you bonk a mover while carrying a wall spawn a no. When you remove a trigger, above the top of the word without bonking anything. Oh, okay, no. Yeah, definitely that. Look at all this. Great. Yeah, because this does... Hold on. What does this do again? Yeah, so when a limited trigger consumes a charge, spawn a ghost ball. So these, anytime they trigger, because they're considered limited. You can see that right there under synergies. It says limited. So these are limited. This is now an ager. It's not limited. Once it turns back into a credit card, it will become that. But yeah, so there's some synergy there. Fireball, light the candle. I don't know. I didn't like any of this. Whoa. It's all stone balls. Why was it all stone balls? Like rock balls. So this thing needs to earn way more money. So we're gonna have to be ramping that up soon. Damage the lich, then consume the ball. Gain a boon draft once defeated. That's 50 health. No, let's reroll. Ooh, barbell. Could go crazy on the barbell thing. And then it doesn't hit the barbell. Jeez. If I'd known it would fall on this side, it drops like right here, so I didn't know it was gonna hit that more often. If I knew it would go over there more often, I would have put the barbell there. And the bomb goblin there. Look at all this. Recycling bin. We'll put it over here. House plant. Nice plant. Does it just sit there? Cannon. Alright, we have two cannons pointed. They're shooting at each other now. This is actually really good. Oh, it hit the balloon. The balloon's gotta travel. Ouch. Great. It's the barbell. I'll put it there. Whoa! Oh my god, did you guys, where did that water ball go? It was like flying at the top there, holy crap. Practice dummy. We can do that. Damage earned for each point of damage inflicted. So once it hits that, each point of damage, right? So we do 6. If we get the barbell and we hit this, it does 6. So it's 6 times 4. So that's a lot of money if we get that. It's now 400, but that's fine. I don't know if I'm gonna make this. Like, it looks good right now, and I'm doing okay, but we're gonna need to do a whole lot better. No, I don't want any of these. Yeah. Ooh, bag of holders. Yes, bag of holders. So I'm gonna do another piggy bank here. I'm gonna do investment one here. And egg ball hole up to one full adjacent triggers have. I'm gonna try to do that. See if there's some synergy there. Oh my god. Okay. It's pretty good. Put one here. So if I can get enough eggs from the owl in that carton, everything around here will have an 8 times 8 multiplier. So that's actually really good. Ooh. Draft and place a bullseye. Consume the ball and shoot an arrow at the furthest bullseye. See, if I put that here, and I put a bullseye here, or here. Or here. I don't know. Let's just do that. Okay, yeah, it just kind of shoots it at the thing. That was kind of a waste, but I've been trying different things with the arrow and the bullseye thing. It's just whatever. Ooh, we have another investment or another cave. Okay, the cave thing doesn't really work. I could do this because that will help this. So the investment thing gives it a more, so anytime it consumes coin balls, and then it gives a +1 to anything that's adjacent to it, right? So any of these get a plus 0, 1, point 0.1. I'm sorry, 0.1 multiplied. So that's pretty much where this is coming from, because there's 2 in there, so we get a little bit of a multiplier in those. We just need more coin balls, really, technically. Okay, yeah, that does. Oh, it does fall down though. Huh. I don't know. That might be good. Water ball. Mark by water ball. Hold this ball. Then hold as many water balls as you have rerolls. Spawn 2 water balls for each water ball held. Then clear held water balls. Okay. I'm gonna put that here. Doesn't spawn fireballs anymore. Why does it not spawn fireballs? Juggler. I'm gonna put that there for now. Go over there. I'm gonna put a bonker over here so it bonks it all over to the other side. Yeah, there we go. Get more eggs in that carton too. Need that multiplier, man. I need that multiplier, dude. Okay. Cash registers spawning for each distinct carryable as well as carrying. Do they have any carryables here? Only that's not a carryable. They don't have. I don't have any carryables. Come on, give me something coin. There we go. Do another one of these. I'll do it here. Ooh, jumper cables is nice. So when a limited trigger, which is any of the credit cards, right, triggers placed adjacent to one another, limited trigger, they both gain 3 charges. So when I place another credit card here, they'll all get charges. Oh my god, this whole thing just explodes over there. Ooh, carry maul. While carry maul, when it damages, it will also damage a random adjacent one. You know what? I'm gonna remove this. Yeah, there you go. Ah, look at that. So now they gain, like, look at all these charges that they gain, right? Wow, I wasn't even paying attention to that side. See, now we need to make 250,000, right? Like, this is a lot, right? But, like, look at how much I get. I can't believe there's nothing in this one. It's just wasted. It's just wasting away. It's not even doing anything. I'm gonna do another brick here. Why not? We have so many going up from underneath. Why not? What's the cooldown of that? Not that long, even. Fall in there! I need to get a bumper, like, over here or something. A balloon. Yeah, let's get a balloon. Because that'll just help. Oh god. Oh. Times 10. Where's this times 10 multiplier coming from? Why does it have that? When a trigger in this row is destroyed, spawn 3 egg balls. Oh, it would be nice to have that in here. Bamboo is nice, but consume this ball. Spawn, consume this ball, and spawn a fireball. I don't know. Where's this times 10 multiplier coming from? This is crazy. Times 10? It's a huge multiplier. Okay, I'm gonna do retirement fund right here. So if I don't make it on my very last, like, I have one more job, right? If I didn't make that, this would spawn 10 balls and disappear, right? And 10 coin balls dropping down into this is gonna be really nice. But I don't want it to be above the credit cards, because if the credit cards are credit card bills, then, you know, then it's just gonna be absorbed, and we don't want that. Where is this? For the rest of the drop, adjacent triggers have per meter the arrow traveled. Oh, I didn't know that. I never noticed. I never knew this. Bonked by arrow ball. Oh. I never knew that how that worked. That's how that works. Whatever. Cool. Oh my god. This also has to earn a lot of money still, so hopefully it'll... Okay, so I'm gonna place that here. That's actually kind of a... When a water ball is spawned, spawn an extra. When a ball defeats an attackable, that spawn teleports back. Each holder takes 5 deposits. Ooh, that's really good. I'm gonna do that. That's really, really good, because all of my holders now get 5 extra in there. That other one was really good in the middle. I would have taken that. Yeah, so right here, ×8 multiplier now to everything. So this could be very crazy if the... Whoa, 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 look at all this. This could be like a 18 times multiplier there. That's kind of crazy, actually. Oh, the fireball just dropped off to the side. Great. Cool. When a trigger is destroyed, gain... Bonked, earn 400. That's not bad. I want this to earn 250,000, so I need to kind of go for that right now, because otherwise I'm not gonna make this anyways. So, wow, it's a ×40 multiplier. 8,000 each time. Holy crap! Oh, coin ball coming through. Oh, got absorbed. Oh my god, this is a great play. This was a great placement of that. That works really well. Add a charge to every adjacent. Bonk by fireball. Add 1 charge to every adjacent limited trigger. I'll do that right here. So if a fireball ends up dropping down from here somehow and hits that kiln, they'll get a charge down there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, keep bunking. Yeah, keep bonking that. Yeah, keep doing that. Yeah, all right. Okay. I should have an arrow and a bullseye right next to these. Oh, that's right. I get 1 less and 1 less and 1 less and 1 less. No, I don't want any of these. Ooh, okay. Let's do it. Oh, for each. So they finished this, so that's gone now. Okay, that's nice. So this arrow's gonna shoot over there. I wonder how that's gonna work out. I wanna see how that works. Okay, so I've already done the tribute. I already got that. Fireball. Water ball. Traveling down. Boop 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 boop. Yeah. Ooh. I'm just gonna put that there at this point. Oh my god, that ghost was like, whoa. Okay, nothing really crazy happened this time around. Okay. Oh, parachute reverses the gravity of the spall. I guess I could put that in. So So if a ball makes it all the way down, hits that, it's gonna go back up. Oh my god! Oh my god! Whoa! 16,000? It's getting 16,000 because it has an 80 multiplier. I've never seen an 8. Oh my god, that is insane! Holy crap! Holy shit! See, I can't put this on here. Whatever. Oh my god. Oh my god, there it is again. Ba-da-ba-dum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Oh. Oh my god, you guys, what's happening? That is insane. I've never had this happen before. I'm so gonna win this now. Like, this is crazy. Oh my god, I never knew that, like, that could be so good. Bag of movers. I guess I could do some movers. I could do some more pinball action, right? Like, what if we do pinball here? Pinball here. Whatever. Just something to get more coinage. Ooh, the rocket is shooting downward. Wait, did it? It went back up. I can't even follow any of it. There's just so much happening. I'm like, I don't know. Oh my god, what's going on? Everything is exploding and things are flying everywhere and there's smiley faces on everything. The volcano is having an orgasm, but we will excuse that. It's okay. Jeez. Jeez. Whoa. Oh. Oh my god. I don't know what's happening. Like, can anyone follow this? Because I sure as hell can. Like, I made a death trap over here, I know that. With all these bonks going on. Oh. 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 Like, I don't know where that arrow came from, but... I don't know, stopwatch. This is insane right here, the setup. That is crazy. Putting two, like, bumpers like that has always been, like, really nice. It's always worked out really well for me. Oh my god. Score more than $1 million in one drop. I scored more than $1 million in a single drop, and I haven't even gotten this. Oh my god. Holy crap. This is crazy. Is it ever gonna end? Doesn't look like it is. The rocket is still going. It's gonna explode, you guys, as soon as it hits. Oh, there it is. This game is very satisfying. I will tell you what. If you know how to set up this stuff correctly, oh my god, look at this, 3 million. I think this is the highest that I've ever done ever. That's crazy. Agers? Is this an ager? Are you an ager? You're not. You're just rare. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Oh my god. I think this is probably the most insane. setup that I've ever had. Look at all these balls everywhere. There's so many of them. And all traveling in like different directions. Flying everywhere. Oh my. This is probably my best game that I've ever had. I cannot believe that is 38,000 per bomb. It says 192. Holy crap. You thought getting 1 million per drop? I got like 2 million for this last drop. Look at this. Oh my god. Like 4 million is what I got from the last drop. Oh my god. Holy crap, that is insane. I'm gonna put a tree here, because that matters. Holy crap, that is insane. That is crazy. Wait, that wasn't as insane as the last one. The last one was like next level stuff, you guys. I don't even know. 192, Jesus. Adjacent triggers gain for the rest of the drop for each. Oh, let's that. For each unique ball that hits the sink, they get different modifiers. And I have so many different balls now that go all around. I have water balls, fireballs. Oh my god. 51,000 per bong. 51,000 per bong. 102 per bong. 102,000. Oh my. Wow, putting that sink there? Jesus, that was like the cherry on top. Jesus. Can't even read the numbers anymore. What's happening in this game? Oh my god. 20 million? I've never in my life had a drop like that. A game like that. Holy. 4,000 times 4,000. I get 800,000 per bump. What? Times 4,000? Dude. It's still going. I was like, it's gonna be over. Nope! Let's explode some more. 800,000 per one bump. Jesus. Yeah, this is the hardest difficulty, by the way, you guys. So, and I just got, I mean, I have like 30 times as much as I need. Oh my god. Bong, treasures earns and discovered the secret. Destroy treasure chests and respawn in random space on the board. Gain treasure draft. Whatever. Dude, that sink right there was like a genius move. I didn't even think about the implications of it, but it's really good. Oh my god, I really built this one bumper. This bumper is gonna be my top earner, 100%. Nothing will beat that. Nothing will beat that. And I love that this is on stream, that this is like forever and ever and ever. People will, well, you know, however long the YouTube servers will be online. It'll be there. It'll be there, you guys. Huh. Oh, yeah, I get these. Carry the Wisening Wand. Any ager bonged while carrying Wisener gains 1 age. Sure. Should've put the windmill over here. Probably been smarter. All right, now where I need to drop, like the drop now needs to be kind of crazy because I need to make 2 million, you know? So, I mean, I made like 30 million alone and like one drop, you know, earlier, but I need it to be crazy, yo. Ooh, another credit card. Like me in real life. Ooh, another credit card. There it is. That's what I was waiting for. Oh my god. Alright, well, I was worried for nothing because I'm now at 4 million. Almost 5 million. And that's not even accounting for the piggy banks that I have and all the other holders. I got 700. That's crazy. I'm just gonna put that there. I don't really care. None of it means anything anymore. At this point, nothing means anything. You can just place whatever at this point and just watch the show. Oh my god. $9 million. I love that the 800 on the bottom there, like it doesn't really mean anything anymore. Stormy weather. Sure, let's put that in there. Water balls everywhere. Woo! We're launching water balls. Whoa. It is craziness. This is Billionaire. This is like, this would make a perfect ad for this game. Like show how the run started and then show how the run is now, and I'm like, I wasn't hacking, I'm just playing the game, dude. Jesus. When a trigger in this run and this cooldown, a random trigger in this cooldown gains multiplier for the rest of the drop. Sure. We'll put it right there, and then we'll have that multiplied, like, just work together. I'm trying to, like, oh my god. 800,000. Oh my god. 1.6 million with every... Jesus. Is that even, like, what's the highest number that I could possibly get out of this? I mean, it potentially could go up to, like, any number, right? I mean, I'm getting 3 million per drop. I made 100. God, I've never in my life gotten that much in this game. 16,380 off of a bumper. Like, the most basic of trigger in the game has now earned me so much money with the right build, right? Woo, woo, woo. You just hear the owl in the background. Ow. And you hear the goblin once in a while. 4 million? 4 million each bump. Jesus. 22,000 times 22,000. I'm getting more for one bump than I, like, twice as much from one bump of this bumper. Even more. I'm getting almost 5 times as much on one bump of the bumper that I need for the entire run. Jesus. That is crazy. It's crazy, you guys. Whatever. Oh, a random adjacent age or trigger gains an extra age each drop. Beat this, okay. Adjacent triggers have for each amethyst in the stack. Ooh, ooh, yes. Bonk by water ball, hold this ball. Adjacent triggers have per water ball held. It's fine. Let's do it. I'm just really going ham on the amethyst now on this bumper, like helping out the. I'm going. This bumper right here is gonna be the main guy, the main character of this whole situation. I also love how these have so many charges. We'll never see credit card bill ever again. And I most certainly don't need the retirement fund. You guys think I can get up to 1 billion? Alright, we gotta aim high. Let's make 1 billion happen, guys. I'm getting 5 million per bump in here right now. I gotta get more amethysts, so. Amethyst is the way to go right now, because that's gonna be endlessly. I can stack that and stack it and stack it and stack it. 11 million on one bump. Oh, that's the end? Oh, man. 656 million dollars earned off of this stupid bumper. It was bonged 3,000 times. Oh my god. I've never in my life had a run like this on Billionaire. That is insane. Jeez. Alright, well, that's it. Alright, well, that was just to end off that stream. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Mish King. Thank you, Emily, for being here. Everyone else that was hanging out, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm going to be streaming the rest of the week. I am trying to work on my review, though, right? Like, that's kind of my Janthia Wilds review. I'm getting closer. I did some recording of video today, some video footage. I got to record some more because I got to cut it all down. So I got to record like a lot of it to kind of like, you know, find all the things that I need or whatever. Yeah, and I'm gonna just like just kind of. I'm just gonna do this for a second. So, but yeah, so I'm gonna be working on that. And hopefully after I finish that, I can do I want to do a couple of shorts for the 2 series that I have going on. And then from that point, we'll see. Next month is going to be the announcement for whatever expansion. I'm guessing it's probably going to be towards the end. ArenaNet, I feel like ArenaNet never releases anything within the first 2 weeks of the month. Like, it's always towards the later end of the month. It's always like anywhere between the 15th and like the 30th, right? Like I don't think I've ever seen them release something on like the 4th of something or the 3rd of some or whatever, right? Like even the 7th or whatever, right? It's always towards the end. So I didn't even see your messages. I'm sorry. I wonder how we're gonna pity bank. I'm sorry, I didn't even see your messages, Mish King. But yeah, anyway, so thank you guys so much. And yeah, so all of that is coming. I like I said, the announcement will be coming. I will be covering that, right? Hopefully it's gonna be something good. We're gonna have Festival of the Four Winds next month. So right now it's Dragon Bash. Festival of the Four Winds is gonna be next month. August is gonna be the anniversary. God knows what they're doing for that. It's probably not gonna be anything special, I don't think. And then we have Halloween is the next thing coming up, and then that will be right around when the expansion drops. So that's pretty much the basic stuff that's coming for Guild Wars 2. Yeah, we're gonna be doing some other stuff. I'm gonna be playing some other games. Probably some more Night Rain. Night Rain is dropping all these bosses and stuff, so we're gonna be doing more of that. Maybe you guys will see me stream some New World or something. I might do that. Maybe some going back into Elder Scrolls. I haven't leveled that character at all, so it's gonna correlate with the event happening in their hometown. Oh, when is that happening? What's the date on that? I'm really hungry. I'm starving right now. Is that towards the end of the month? I don't know. I always feel like they do everything towards the end of the month. Like, I feel like whenever they say it's gonna happen this month, I always account for it to be towards the later end of the month. Always, every time. So, I don't know. I don't know when this is happening. Yeah, I don't know. Is this in here? They're doing a return to Secrets of the Obscure and World vs. World Rush bonus next month too, so I don't know. All in the same month, booyah. Could be wrong. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. I think it's gonna be towards the later part of the month. They, like I said, they never do it early. Like I don't know why, but it's always like that. When they say like in July, they mean like towards the end of July. That's how it always is. Even when you look at the events too happening that month, they're all from the 15th. They're from the 15th on to the end of July. Like they're not even like they never do anything like right at the start of the month, which is fine. I mean, whatever. So we'll see the announcement. I will be covering it, right? It's probably going to be a blog post with a trailer. I will be covering it. We'll be talking about it. We're going to be talking about the lore. We're going to be talking about where we're going. I do want to make that video. So one of the things, my next video after my review. So I want to get this review done. I hopefully can get it done this week, this review. Get it out and then start next week. Early on before they're doing the announcement, I would like to get my video out on, I want to kind of talk about where we're going for the next expansion or potentially going, right? Like the different options, because there's actually a lot of different options for ArenaNet to kind of tackle. Like there's a lot of different things they've talked about. So I want to make a video kind of show you guys some of the places that we could go, some of the lore and story that we could be talking about and that sort of stuff. So anyway.